thunder of war never truly stopped. Even when the guns fell silent, the ground kept shaking, like a beast straining to wake beneath us. We stood among the ruins of a dead world, where the ash never settled, and the echoes of slaughter clung to the air like smoke. They said the Grey Knights had come. They said salvation had descended in silver, bearing the Emperor's wrath. But when I saw them step into the broken cathedral, I could not tell if they were men or ghosts wearing armor. And then the World Eaters came. The ground split open with their arrival, the sky cracked with their roars, and the very walls we clung to seemed to tremble. It was not war, it was madness made flesh, fury without end, hunger without reason. Between the silver and the red, there was no sanctuary, only the question whispered in every survivor's lungs: who survives when gods of death meet in the dark? The ash never fell in silence. Every time the wind shifted, it hissed across the ruins like whispering teeth, a constant rasp that made the ears ring and the throat ache. What used to be cities now existed as broken stone and hollow steel, the outlines of once mighty hab-blocks reduced to half-standing skeletons clawing at the sunless sky. The air was thick enough to chew, a grey-black mix of dust, smoke and the chemical tang of burnt flesh that no one dared identify aloud. I walked through it all with the others, though walked was too generous a word. We staggered, limped, dragged ourselves one pace at a time across terrain where bones jutted up like grass. We were survivors, they called us, civilians, refugees, but in truth, we were corpses that hadn't quite caught up with the rest. The Emperor had abandoned this world long ago. We knew it in our hearts, even as the priests swore otherwise. No prayers reached the sky here. The sky did not listen. It was a scabbed-over wound, dark with clouds, and faint with the glow of the warp's unseen breath. And yet in the whispers that spread across the huddled remnants of our group, a new rumor burned hotter than hunger. They have come, silver. I saw them, silver-armored giants at the cathedral ruins. They'll kill the traitors. They'll drive back the beasts. We're saved. The words spread like sparks, tiny embers trying to light a fire in dead ash. But I had seen what came when giants walked among men. I remembered the thunder of Arceus' boots on rockcrete, the sight of a ceramite plate spattered with gore that no cleansing fire could burn away. Even the angels of death, the Imperium's vaunted space marines, were no saviors. They were executioners, and these whispered knights in silver, if the stories were true, were still beings whose names no one spoke except in shivers. The Grey Knight, no one knew much about them, and those who did never lived long enough to tell their stories twice. We saw signs of them before we saw their forms. The first was the cathedral itself. Once a proud relic of the god Emperor's worship, its spire had collapsed inward, creating a jagged crown of broken stone around its hollow heart. The stained glass had shattered decades ago, but now something stranger marked its remains. Symbols carved with precision into the floor, burned deep into the rockcrete, still glowing faintly as though lit from within by holy fire. Every edge perfect, every line unbroken despite the ruin around it. The priests with us fell to their knees at the sight, trembling in awe. The Emperor's warriors have sanctified this place. One of them whispered, "This is a sign," but I felt no comfort. Sanctity was not what I sensed. The symbols hummed beneath my boots, vibrating through bone and marrow as if something alive writhed beneath the stone. I thought of the whispers that already haunted my dreams, the feeling of invisible claws tugging at the edges of my sanity. Maybe the symbols kept it at bay. Maybe they trapped it inside. Then I saw them. They moved through the smoke like statues torn from another realm. Each stood taller than any Arceus I had glimpsed in the past, their armor shining not with the dull sheen of warplate, but with a brilliance that seemed alien in this place. Silver, polished, radiant, and yet darkened by blood spatters that refused to fall away. Each carried weapons that thrummed with a presence greater than steel. Massive halberds etched with wards, stone bolters that seemed heavier than entire men, and their visors, expressionless, mirrored the world back to us. No insignia of chapter, no symbols of kinship, only the Emperor's sigils carved in purity across their armor, words of power and binding that seemed to pulse faintly as I looked too long. I should have felt relieved. Instead, my throat clenched shut, and I knew why. These were not warriors who came to save. They came to an end. A murmur rose among us. The priests pressed their foreheads to the ash. The civilians knelt, and even some of the soldiers bowed heads, mumbling prayers. But I did not kneel. My legs refused. My body told me an older truth, one buried in marrow memory: prey should never kneel before predators. The Grey Knights moved past us without words. Their silence was worse than any bellow. It was not the silence of indifference, but the silence of judgment. I felt their visors sweep over me, and in that instant, every thought, every weakness, every memory of fear and betrayal seemed laid bare. My sins echoed in my skull, my lies, my failures, my hatred of the Imperium itself. All of it screamed, yet they said nothing. And then, like phantoms, they were gone into the cathedral's ruins, leaving us broken in their wake. But silence did not last. From far across the wastes, something else answered. At first it was only thunder, a steady pounding, rhythmic, like drums buried deep beneath the crust. Then it grew louder, sharper, resolving into a sound that froze marrow and choked the breath. Chains. Not the gentle clink of iron, not the rattle of prisoners' lips. No, these were vast chains dragged across stone, tearing furrows in the earth, clashing against one another as if the world itself had been shackled and was straining to break free. And beneath it, a roar, not one throat, not one beast, a choir of madness, howls layered atop howls, voices shredded into animal frenzy until they merged into one hateful sound that rolled across the ruins like a tide of fire. The World Eaters. The name hit me before I saw them. I had heard whispers, tales spat between teeth in refugee camps before the war swallowed them whole. A legion once noble, twisted into berserkers who fed on slaughter, who carved skulls for their blood-soaked god. Ascites, but gone to the warriors who did not fight for victory, but for the music of screams. And now they came here. The survivors broke at once. Some fled into rubble. Others fell to their knees, praying louder than ever, as if words could drown out the reality of what approached. A few clutched weapons they had no hope of wielding against such monsters. I stood frozen, my legs anchored in ash. I saw them, red shapes bursting through the haze, blood-slick ceramite gleaming like freshly flayed skin, brass symbols dangling from chains, teeth gnashing in unison behind helmets painted with gore. They carried axes taller than men, chain blades that screamed as though alive, and every movement radiated hunger. The World Eaters did not march. They stormed, they charged, they roared, and with them came an aura of pure frenzy, a madness that clutched the lungs and made hearts hammer with the urge to tear, to kill, to rend. Even at a distance, their presence infected the air like a sick. And when the first of them roared into the cathedral's shadow, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. The Grey Knights emerged, silver and red, silence and fury, purity and corruption. They met in the ruins like gods of old myths, each towering, each unstoppable, each driven by faith or madness, so deep, it wore the face of faith. The survivors screamed, some ran, some simply collapsed, and I watched, rooted in terror, as the first strike fell, halberd against the axe, silver light against the roaring chain. The ground shattered, the cathedral bled dust, the war began. And in that moment, as the echoes ripped the world apart, one question carved itself into my skull, a brand hotter than fire. Not who wins, not who falls, but who survives, when gods of death meet in the dark. The clash had ended, but the echoes lingered. Hours passed, maybe more, but the sound of steel and chain still vibrated through the walls of the ruins like ghosts refusing to die. The World Eaters had not pressed further. The Grey Knights had not returned. Between the silence and the ash, we survivors crouched in what was left of a hab block, huddled in broken corners where once there had been warmth and light. But warmth was dead, and light no longer lived here. No one spoke at first. Silence was safer. Silence meant breath, but silence carried questions too, questions that gnawed worse than hunger. The Knights, the Silver Warriors. What were they? I had seen Astartes before. Once, when I was younger, our city had been purged of heretics. Though no one said what the heresy was, the Marines had marched in then, blue-armored giants who fought with thunder, and left piles of corpses that once had been neighbors. But these were different. There was something about the way the Grey Knights moved, not human, not machine, something between. They carried with them the weight of silence itself. It wasn't just that they didn't speak, it was that sound seemed afraid of them. Even the air grew heavy, refusing to carry voices in their presence. We stayed in hiding for as long as we could, but hunger gnawed faster than fear, and water ran out quicker than faith. By the second day, a group of us was forced to venture back toward the cathedral ruins. The spire still jutted from the ground like a broken tooth, black against the ash-stained sky. The symbols the knights had carved into its floor still burned faintly, though dimmer now, as though even purity itself was tiring. And there at the threshold, we found them. Grey, silent, watching. They did not stand guard like soldiers. They did not patrol like men at war. They simply stood, statues in silver, halberds braced against the ground, heads tilted just slightly downward, so their blank visors stared into us without expression. I thought of them as statues, yes, but statues that could move at any second. Statues built to judge and kill. A priest among us, one of the few still carrying a half-broken aquila, fell to his knees immediately. "My lords, my blessed lords of the Emperor's light." His voice cracked from thirst, his lips splitting as blood streaked his teeth. He crawled forward, clutching the aquila to his chest. "We are loyal. We have kept faith. We are yours to command." The Grey Knight did not move. Not at first. Then slowly the massive helm shifted downward. The priest froze. The rest of us froze with him. I swear the air itself froze, like the whole world stopped waiting for what would come. The knight raised his halberd, and the priest sobbed in joy. "Oh, thank you, my lord. Thank you, you honor me with your..." The blade fell. It cut through him as though he were paper, splitting him from shoulder to chest in one strike. The aquila clattered into the ash, its surface stained dark red in an instant. None of us screamed. We couldn't. The sound was locked in our throats, strangled by the sheer weight of what had happened. The knight did not move again. He did not step forward. He simply planted the halberd back into the ground, the gesture as calm and steady as before. Another survivor, her name was Lyra, I think, clutched her child close. Her voice trembled when it finally broke free. "Why?" No answer, only silence, heavy, suffocating. "Why him?" she whispered again. "He was loyal. He prayed." The visor turned. That tiny tilt of steel, that blank reflection, it was worse than any roar. Lyra fell silent at once, clutching the child so tightly the boy whimpered against her shoulder. The Grey Knight spoke then, but not to us. It was one word, a single syllable spoken in a tongue I could not understand. The voice did not emerge from Vox speakers. It did not echo like a mortal voice. It rolled through the ruins like a seismic wave, vibrating bone, cracking stone, carrying a weight of meaning that bypassed ears and sank straight into thought. I felt it in my skull. I felt it in the marrow of my teeth. I felt it in the dreams that would later claw at me. And then the night fell silent again. We backed away, dragging each other by the arms, choking down sobs before they could escape. We did not flee. Running seemed dangerous. Running seemed like blasphemy in their gaze. Instead, we stumbled backward until the ruined walls hid the silver again. That night, no one slept. We whispered in the dark, though whispering was dangerous too. They killed him because he prayed wrong. No, they killed him because he was unworthy. Unworthy. What does that even mean? He was a priest. Exactly. He knew things he shouldn't. Maybe they heard his thoughts. The last voice broke me colder than any wind, because I remembered the feeling of that visor on me. I remembered how it stripped me bare, thought by thought, memory by memory. What did they see when they looked at us? Not people, not survivors, not loyal servants of the Imperium. They saw sickness, they saw taint, they saw weakness, they saw something that needed to be judged. And all the while, from the horizon, the thunder of chains grew louder. The World Eaters were not done, and when the red tide clashed again with the silver statues, when the roar of chain axe met the silence of halberd, when the blood sprayed across ruins already soaked with death, I realized the truth that kept me awake even as exhaustion clawed at my eyes. This was not a war for survival, not for us. This was a war of gods, and in wars of gods, mortals did not survive. They only burned. The second sunrise, after the priest fell, did not look like light. It looked like the sky had been sanded thin enough for a paler darkness to peer through. The ash drifted sideways, not down, as if the world had forgotten which way gravity pointed. Our breaths wrote brief, shaking shapes in the dust before those shapes were eaten by the wind. I counted each exhale like a prayer I knew would not be answered. We needed water. We needed food. We needed a reason to believe the day would end. With our hearts still inside our bodies, no one volunteered to go back toward the shattered markets. No one wanted to be first to step into a street that felt like a throat. Then Dusk, quiet, Dusk, who had never raised his voice loud enough to be heard over a bolter, tightened the strap of his cracked mask and nodded, as if he were agreeing with a sentence no one else could hear. Two more joined him, Fen, who still wore his shot-through PDF shoulder plate as if the dead metal could bargain with fate, and Lyra, because the boy in her arms had stopped whimpering and started making that thin, papery sound that means the body is spending itself. They didn't ask me to come. I went anyway. Sometimes fear bends into a shape that looks like courage from far away. We moved slowly. We moved like ideas that weren't sure if they should be spoken. The grey knights were still there, two of them at the cathedral mouth, silver and still and watching the way mountains watch the valleys they crush. They did not turn their helms as we passed. They did not need to. Their attention felt like a blade laid flat across the back of the neck, a reminder to keep the head bowed and the hands visible. Past them, the city changed. Not the ruin. We had learned to live inside the ruin. Something else. At first it was the smell, not rot, has a kindness to it, a promise that everything ends. This was sharp, metallic, bright as coin on the tongue. It coated the teeth, got under the nails, made the palm lines feel like they were opening. Then it was the flies, but not normal flies. These were the size of thumb joints, swollen, their bodies lacquered in a red-black sheen as if someone had painted them, and then let the paint dry thick. They moved in spirals. They landed on nothing that was not stained. Then we heard the chains. You do not hear chains. You feel them. You feel them in the way your heartbeat starts to trip over itself, to keep time. You feel them in the way your legs want to run, without your permission, and your mouth wants to bite without your command. You feel them in the way the air acquires weight. Fen lifted his hand. We dropped into one of those half-ruined storefronts that once sold things, soft things, ordinary things, that had names like blanket, ribbon, lentil. The shelves were teeth now. The back wall was open to the sky, a mouth where a bomb had finished its syllable. Lyra pressed the boy into the shadow, her cheek against his hair, whispering his name, the name changing each time she said it, as if she were trying to guess which version of him had survived the day before. The chain sound faded, but it never really went away. We followed its echo. The old market square had been a place where noise lived. You could still see it, if you looked quick and then looked away, stalls and crates, the ghost geometry of lines where people once formed their waiting. Now it was a diagram of warning, skulls arranged with a precision that hurt to look at. Not piled, never piled, angles, radii, paths. Someone had made a map out of faces, a map to a destination you did not want to reach. At the center, a column, not stone, not metal, bodies, skinned and braided tight as rope, wrapped around a rebar spine. It swayed in the wind. It sang when the chains sang. Lyra made a sound I had never heard come from a human mouth. Dusk put a hand on her shoulder and did not pretend it meant anything. Fen swallowed twice, his throat moving like a fist under skin. Then he pointed, past the ghastly column, a collapsed kiosk. Beneath it, the glitter-dark promise of sealed cans, a miracle that looked like nothing more than grey circles. We went to the ground. We crawled. We reached with sleeve-wrapped hands to keep the glass from biting. A can came free. 2, 4. I watched Dusk shake a fifth, and listen, the way a child listens for a secret inside a seashell. He nodded once. Not poisoned, not empty, not yet. The chain sound stopped. The flies stopped. The wind remembered how to hold its breath. Fen looked at me, and I looked at Fen, and that was when I understood that we were not in the square alone, and that understanding was cold the way a blade is cold, not temperature, but intention. I lifted my head by a centimeter. 2 shadows moved along the far edge of the market, where the alcoves used to be, not the shambling, uncertain movement of scavengers, not the straight-line hunger of the desperate. This was confident. This was the sort of movement that assumed the world would step aside. Red, not painted, stained from inside, ceramite, that had learned how to thirst. The first of them stepped into the square like a king returned to a throne. Only he remembered. Horns welded into the helm to make an idea solid. Brass teeth. Axe as long as I was tall. Symbols that hurt the eye if you tried to count their points. He took in the column, and if a smile could be a sound, the column made that sound for him. Another joined him. Another. The third dragged something behind him. It left a trail that never beaded. A man. A scout. Ours. No, not ours. Armor. Stripped and buckled and broken. Company markings scoured to raw material. Astartes, I realized too late. All once an Astartes, the red warrior put his boot on the broken knight's chest and leaned, slow as if tasting the angle of the ribs as they learned how to fold. You didn't finish. He didn't need to. The sound was the kind that carries. Darsk put his mouth near my ear. We have to go. He was right. We didn't go. Not because we were brave. Because their attention was gravity. And gravity keeps you where it wants you. The leader, if leader is a word that still matters, when everyone follows the same hunger, raised his axe in a lazy half-salute toward the cathedral's broken spire. Not toward us, past us, through us, toward the silver stillness that watched all things. He said something then. No vox, no amplifier, just throat and hate, and the square heard it as if the stones had sprouted ears. It was not words. Not really. It was a rhythm. It was the inside of a drum when a war learns how to speak. They moved. Not toward the cathedral. Not yet. First, they walked the paths between the skull diagrams, boots finding lines as if pulled by a compass. They knelt at certain points and pressed plates cut from other armor into the ash. Blue, green, white, each piece stained to the same. They pushed knives into the ground, not to leave them but to teach the earth a lesson about obedience. They emptied pouches. Teeth fell. Nails, bones whittled into little arrows that pointed inward. And then they turned back to the broken knight on the ground. This part happened quiet. Quiet is worse. The second red giant held the broken one's helm with one hand and tapped the brow with his gauntlet knuckle. A physician's parody. The third drew a small tool from his belt too delicate for his size, and began to cut where flesh tried to remember what privacy felt like. The leader watched the cathedral, and the silver guards that did not move, and did not speak, and he hummed a little. That hum was the chain sound without metal. It was the promise of a chain. We left, not on foot, on whip. We unhooked our gaze from the gravity of red, and forced it to remember our limbs. Lyra went first, because her boy's breath sounded like a clock, losing an argument with time. Fen counted under his breath, numbers that did not add up to anything but courage. Dusk held the cans close and the cans clicked against each other like bones shaking hands. We made it as far as the alley that used to be a line of vendors whose names I would learn again only in dreams. Then the world changed shape. It grew teeth. Something moved at the alley mouth and the air cracked open the way wood cracks when it decides to become a weapon. A chain blade kissed the wall where my head had been. The wall coughed pale dust and memory. The thing holding the chain blade stepped in, stepped through, stepped us apart with presence alone. He was smaller than the others, or maybe the alley made him small. He wore no helm. His face was a map of places no sane soul should travel. Cicatrices, thick as ropes, eyes like holes burnt in paper, mouths full of coins that had decided to become teeth. The implant studs at his skull's edge pulsed in red time. I did not know the name for the iron rhythm eating his bread. I knew what it sounded like. He smelled us. Not a metaphor. He tilted his head back and drew our fear in like smoke. And then he laughed because he knew fear is always flammable. Dusk moved first, which means he lived long enough to fail to die then. He threw the can. Primitive. Ridiculous. Perfect. The chain blade bit the first and the second, burst them into a spray of thin brine and beans, and bruised tomato that painted the berserker's cheeks. He blinked. Just blinked. That blink was the largest silence I have ever seen. In that blink we hit the ground and became shadows. He swung. The chain blade scraped the stone, a cat's purr magnified until the alley rhymed with powder. He stepped forward and his step was a statement. He did not hurry. Men hurry to survive. He did not have to survive. He only had to continue. I put my hand on a metal thing with weight and no memories attached to its use. A signpost, knocked from a wall still bearing the half-worn letters of a word that once meant fresh bread. I did not think I could kill him with it. I did not think I could make a mark he would remember. I did not need to. I needed to interrupt the sentence of his motion long enough for Lyra to pass with the boy and for Fen to become bigger than fear. The sign connected with his knee. Nothing happened. Then something happened. Not pain, no damage. Surprise. Surprise is holy. He looked down, amused, as if the world had told him a joke about cause and effect. He reached impossibly fast, and I felt my wrist become a story that would hurt later. The chain blade rose. Down, said a voice that was not a voice. It did not come from behind me, or before me, or above. It came from inside my bones, from the arranged cavities that make us resonate. The alley filled with a light that was not light, its color the sound of prayers said by men who have already decided to sin again. And in that non-light, silver, he did not walk into the alley so much as the alley redefined itself around him to include space for his shape. A grey knight, not one of the two who watched the doors of the dead church. Another. His halberd wrote a clean line through dirty air. Where the blade went, the world forgot about dust and stink and time. The berserker turned. For the first time since I had seen him, he was something other than certain. The halberd struck the chain blade at an angle that mathematicians would call beautiful before they went. Sparks crawled backward into themselves. The engine in the chain blade hiccuped like a drunk realizing he had been drinking fire. The berserker brought his shoulder into it, trying to make mass do what momentum refused to. The knight didn't give ground, didn't take it either. He simply existed at that point of contention, and existence is a pressure all its own. What came out of the knight's helm was not a word I know. It was a shape that my head tried to fit into its library and failed. Every scar in my memory opened its eyes. The red warrior snarled a counter prayer, all spit and meat and certainty, and met the next arc of the halberd with the plate of his gauntlet. The plate hissed, the bones beneath it remembered they were bones. Run, said the not voice again, and this time it put a hand against the blame in my chest and shoved. We ran, not because we are cowards, because when two gods argue you do not interrupt to offer a correction. Behind us, the alley changed keys. It was filled with sounds that have names: impact, cleave, grind, but the names were inadequate, like trying to title a storm. Once, the red warrior laughed. Twice the silver one spoke shapes that made old letters on old walls warm. Once, something struck the ground so hard that my teeth remembered the hunger they had sworn to forget. We reached the square. We did not enter it. The column sang. The red giants there had turned their helms toward the alley and the sound inside it, and their mirrored lenses now held little squares of dirty silver and red violence that looked like a story trapped in glass. One tilted his head, the way the grey ones did. The other lifted his bolter as if considering whether to contribute punctuation. Then the ground complained. Then the sky wrote a line across itself. Then the cathedral remembered it had a heart. The two grey knights at the door moved without moving. Until then, I had thought stillness was their language. I was wrong. Stillness was their silence. Movement was their speech. When they stepped forward together, the square learned what grammar meant. The red giants nearest the column spread out, an efficient flowering of hay. They kept the skull lines between themselves and the church's door. An instinct, no, a design saying that certain geometries make slaughter easier. The leader, from before, raised his axe and rested its weight on his shoulder as if it were a friend. He did not waste voice. He did not need to. His posture said, "Come." Something in me wanted to laugh, and that something was insane. The two knights crossed the square, as if distance were a superstition. The symbols on their armor, those hateful holy sigils that looked like letters built to hold fire, stirred. The air pulled back around their halberd blades to avoid being cut by accident. The first red giant fired, a burst that would make a hab block reconsider its posture. The bolts met something that was not exactly a wall. They detonated anyway, for pride. One of the grey knights raised his gauntlet and traced a sign that made the square flinch. The sign hung there, not in light, not in smoke, but in a refusal to be anything other than itself. The red leader's helm turned a fraction. He saw it. He recognized it. He disapproved. He charged. I did not see the collision. I saw what it did to the world. The skull diagrams forgot their dignity and leapt like beads on a string when it is smashed in a hand. The column swayed and moaned and tore a little at a seam where rope became skin. The cathedral's broken mouth exhaled dust that had been prayers once. My knees forgot how to be vertical, and chose the old posture of confession. Lyra hunched over the boy until she was a Fen put both hands on my shoulders and pressed as if he could keep me from floating up into the red singing that had started at some point, and would not stop until the world did. The alley spit the smaller berserker out. He skidded on his armored back, chain blade jumping in staccato bursts like a heart that refused the rhythm it was given. He left a groove, the length of a confession. He rolled and came up stalking, laughing again, blood in his teeth that did not belong to him. Behind him, the third grey knight stepped into view. He did not follow fast, he followed the future, reliable, terrible. I saw his pauldron then, and the script carved so deep into it, that the letters were canyons. I could not read them, I could not stop reading. The small one darted sideways, meaning to flank, the way a pack hunter draws a straight line in a crooked world. The third knight pointed, not at him, at the ground where he would be, where he had already decided to be. The halberd fell there before the red warrior. The warrior arrived anyway. Men change course, ideas do not. Metal learned a new word for pain. The small one stumbled. He put his hand down to steady himself. The ground bit him. No, the sigil in the ash bit him. I had not seen it draw. Perhaps it had always been there waiting for the right mouth. The red warrior tore his hand free, and left glove and skin and a little of the noise that had lived in his bow. He looked at his wrist with the sort of surprise that makes laughter honest, and then he howled because he remembered he was supposed to. Everywhere at once, and also in sequence, the fighting found new edges. The leader and the first knight traded sentences that were half metal and half. The second knight met the second red giant at the perimeter of the skull geometry and cut exactly one skull in half, without touching it. The third knight and the small one made a little world out of the alley mouth, and set laws there that did not apply elsewhere. The chain sound was no longer a thing dragged, it was sung. We could have run then. There is a moment in all awful things when the awful is occupied with itself. We did not run. The square had become a room whose door is a question, and we did not yet know the answer the door wanted. I saw something I will not forget if I live until forgetting stops being optional. The leader feinted a stroke that would have taken a tank apart for parts, and has never been called a feint by anyone who survived it. The knight did not, but he did something beneath the feint. A small movement, a gardener's movement, a man adjusting the angle of a sprout to teach it where the sun lives. The leader laughed without sound and brought his knee up. The knee connected with the knight's gorget. The world blinked. Silver stepped back one pace. Red stepped forward two. The math felt wrong. Then the knight canted his blade and spoke another shape, and the red warrior's knee armor smoked. Not molten, not broken, offended. The leader's head tipped, and I think Emperor helped me. I think he smiled, there behind the brass, and the killing, and the certainty, not joy, recognition. He had found something worthy of the appetite he called religion. The small one died and did not. The halberd entered at a place the armor had decided to keep private and exited at a place the body had not yet admitted was vulnerable. He hung there a second, like a punctuation mark, looking for a center. The knight twisted the blade a fraction, not to hurt. Hurt had been surpassed, just to align. The red warrior reached, not for a weapon but for the knight's helm, as if to understand by touch the thing that was unmaking him. Then his head found a new angle with the ground. He became quiet. The chain blade took longer to accept the news. It sputtered, coughed, died, and then clattered its teeth together in a last argument with air. Something changed, not in the fight, in the watching. The other red giants noticed the small one's stillness, the way wolves notice a change in the number of their shadows. The leader did not look. He did not need to. He pressed harder now, faster, the way men run when they have seen the ocean, and know the line where sand stops. The knight met him, and the space where they met became a thing you could burn your eyes on. Fenn's hand hurt my shoulder. He was right to hurt it. Lyra breathed into the boy's hair and counted on a number that had no ceiling. Dusk held the last can like a relic. The world's edges fuzzed and narrowed and sharpened by turns, and I understood with a clarity that belongs only to terror that I would dream of this square until the day something made me stop. The second knight stumbled. A bolt, one of those slab-fisted shells that change what buildings think about being buildings, caught his pauldron, at an angle that made physics proud. He turned with it, rolling the force across his frame as if asking it to sit somewhere polite. It still threw him a step. The red giant took that step and pasted it onto his sentence. The chainy ass made me happy. The halberd made a reason. Joy met reason, and someone bled. It took me a long time to understand that the blood taste in my mouth was mine. My gums were weeping from the vibration of the air. A word entered the square. It was not spoken by red. It was not spoken by silver. It crawled out of the cathedral,
old and clean, the way knives are clean. The Grey Knight Librarian arrived. I did not see a new figure, I saw a new category. The air got organized. The dust hung in patterns that made my eyes water with their correctness. The flies remembered shame. The sigils in the ash brightened, and if light can kneel, it did. He stepped from the church with the slow, sure pace of a thought that knows it is true. His armor looked like a book that learned how to wear itself. As a man, the stave in his hand didn't shine. It refused to dull. The Red Leader spared him a glance. It was not disrespectful, it was a calculation. He altered nothing. He believed in the math he had invented with his own death. The Librarian didn't look at him, he looked at us. I do not want to write what it felt like when he looked at us. It was a kindness. I think the kind that burns and calls itself medicine. I felt something in me measured, not weighed. Weights forgive, measure. The boy in Lyra's arms hiccuped and slept. Truly slept for the first time in days. Fenn's jaw was unclenched, and then clenched again because habit is a second spine. Dusk's fingers opened without his consent, and the can rolled a handspan, and stopped as if a tide had told it to. Then the Librarian lifted his stave a fraction, and the fight turned a page. He did not hurl fire, he did not split the earth, he spoke another of those shapes. The kind that does not require a throat. It drifted toward the leader like a snowflake invented by an enemy. The leader met it with a roar that was all vowels and murder, and the snowflake melted in a way that made melt mean something cruel. The Librarian's helm turned by a degree. He learned, he adjusted. He wrote another shape with the stave, that I could not see but could not help but see, the way you cannot help but notice a wound on your own body. The leader went forward. The knights met him. The small one lay like a comma. The second red giant found a laugh that had teeth in it. The square began to understand fatigue, even for gods. The red chain sound tired. The silver knot voices lengthened and slowed, ritual becoming labor. The ash fell the right direction again for a heartbeat, and then lost its nerve. Dusk whispered, now, and this time now meant something other than dying later. We slid along the broken line of stalls, using their shadows to sketch ourselves smaller. The boy stayed quiet because something old and silver had commanded him to. Lyra moved like a sentence. She didn't want to end. Fenn's armor squeaked once, and then prayed, and didn't again. I kept my eyes on angles, on corners, on that dangerous place between watching and being seen. Behind us, the Librarian and the leader found something neither of them liked. The stave struck the axe haft, and the clean sound made it dirty. The axe struck the stave, and sparks came out in the shape of letters. I do not want inside my head. The halberds added their commentary. The square wore their argument like a crown. We reached the alley, where the small one had begun to stop being. The third knight stood over the body without looking at it. Guard without gloat. He turned his helm a centimeter, acknowledging our existence, the way a cliff acknowledges a wave. He raised his gauntlet, not a warning, a permission. The gesture cut clean through me and left room for breath. We ran the alley's length and found the street that leads to not dying. We took it. Lyra stumbled once, and I took the boy, and learned the weight of something that wanted to remain. He was warm. Warm weather is the most terrifying thing in a world that prefers cold weather. We stopped at the corner, where the hab block that used to own our knights leaned into the one that had stolen them. We listened. The square's music went on slower, lower, tired, in a way that would kill a human twice. I heard the Librarian say a shape that made the air remember winter. I heard the leader answer with something that made the sky practice thunder. I heard one of the red giants stop. That sound I knew now. It is quiet and heavy, and ends with the flies arguing over grammar. No one spoke. Words would have broken the thin glass we had placed over what had just happened. We did not want to be cut by the falling. Back in the hab, the survivors made room for us without asking which parts. Water went first to the boy. He drank like he was remembering how to be a throat. Lyra cried without making noise. Dusk set the remaining cans in a line. Small soldiers, made of tin. Fenn sat down and took his plate off, and looked at the place beneath it, where the skin had learned about rust. I watched the door. When breath finally remembered how to enter my chest without counting, I closed my eyes and saw the square again, and the column that sang, and the red leader's tiny approval when the silver refused to break. Who will win? Someone whispered, as if the question had a shape that could be held without screaming. Win, I said, and the word tasted like a joke told at a funeral. There isn't a word for what they are doing. No one argued. Arguments are luxuries. The living can't afford near God. Night came, eventually the way a fever leaves and then returns with friends. The ash dullened. The chain sound never vanished, only took on distance, like a neighbor whose problems you cannot fix, learning to whisper. I slept in fits, and each fit was a story, where the column walked, and each time it walked it leaned down to ask my name in a voice that had hands. Sometime between one fit and the next, the world snapped awake, not sound, silence, a silence that had been earned by the hard work of killing. We stood, we went to the window that was a hole that was a way to die. If you put your head too far out, we put our heads too far out. The square was a new picture. The column had been cut, not fallen, cut. The skull diagrams were scuffed and wrong, and offend two red giants lay in arguments with gravity they would not win. One grey knight knelt, not in prayer, but because his body needed to remember where weight belongs. The librarian stood, like a pillar, that had been convinced to try being a man for an afternoon. The leader was gone, not dead.
Gone. Gone is worse. He had withdrawn, or been called, or decided the argument needed a new verb. The air felt like the second before rain, with no promise of water. The knights did not pursue, they did not care to chase. They began to change the square, not repaired. That word does not apply. They erased certain lines with the flat of their blades. They traced other lines with the flat of their blades. They traced other lines with ash thickened between gauntlet fingers. They moved the bodies. Red went one way, grey went another. Humans went tender. Even in that, there was a rule. The librarian's helm turned toward our block. For a second that lasted a lifetime. We were the subject of the sentence again. He did nothing. He returned to his work. I exhaled something that must have been pride's last ghost leaving my chest. Tomorrow, Fen said, voice a coat hook for a promise he could not keep. We go farther. We found the old cisterns. If the pipes still remember how to be pipes. He didn't finish. He didn't have to. We had learned the day's lesson. The world eaters were not hunting the city. They were tuning it. The grey knights were not protecting us. They were sterilizing a wound with fire. Between tuning and sterilizing, there is a note only mortals can hear. It sounds like the thin scream of metal cooling and the wet sigh of ash when it remembers it was once bone. It is the sound of a world deciding about us without asking. I lay down. I put my hand on the floor, because the floor was the only thing that still agreed to be where I had last left it. I thought of the leader's little approval, and the librarian's measured mercy, and the small berserker's surprise when my signpost made a story out of his knee. I thought of the boy's warmth. I thought of the column's song. Sleep came sideways. Dreams came honestly. In one of them, I stood in the cathedral, and the symbols burned bright enough to write shadows behind my teeth. The librarian did not face me, but somehow he saw me, and his not voice asked a not question. I tried to answer. The sound I made was blood walking. He traced a sign with the stave, and the sign laid itself against my ribs and found the place where fear lived, and told it to wait outside. I woke with that warmth on my chest, a handprint I could not see. Dawn again, or what passes for it here. The ash pretended to be lighter for an hour. The chains whispered from a different quarter, polite as wolves in daylight. The cisterns lived under the manufactorum district, where heat had once given meaning to labor, and labor had given men the right to pretend they were not dying. The way there took us past walls that had learned a new language. Blood writes with a wide names. Ours, theirs had been overwritten by symbols that looked like jaws if you squinted and like logic if you didn't. We found the first scouts there. Not ours. Their red armor stripped of plates and blessed with indignities. I do not have the discipline to describe without making them larger than they deserve. Arranged again, with care. Silver letters burned above them into the wall. Deep, deeper, so deep that the stone had the decency to crack. I could not read the letters. I knew what they said. They said no. They said stop. They said mine. Lyra, averted the boy's face, though his eyes were closed and moving fast under their lids as if he were watching a better world through them. Dusk put his fingers on the carved letters and jerked away with a hiss as if old cold fire had licked him. Fen looked for a while and then stopped, because looking can be a kind of worship, and we had prayed to enough wrong things this week. The cisterns were not dry. The pipes remembered. The water came up begrudging and brown and then less brown, and we took it like thieves take pearls from a dead king's mouth. It tasted like iron. It tasted like what the market had taught us to expect. It tasted like the square learning new grammar. We drank. The boy drank twice. He breathed like a person. I permitted myself one thought I should not have permitted. Perhaps. On the way back, we heard the chains again, closer. The leader had found his verb. We reached the mouth of the street that looked at the square, and saw it had grown teeth again, but silver this time. The knights had built something, not a barricade, a sentence, stone and dead and ash and will, mortared with a geometry that made the breeze struggle. The librarian stood at its center, stave planted, the picture of a tree that remembered the ocean it used to be. The other two were to either side, not flanking, not guarding, participating. Each held his halberd at the exact same angle. There is a confidence that does not need mirrors to confirm itself. The red came. Not many. Many is a human word. Enough. The leader was with them. His axe had learned a new notch. His stride had acquired the tiniest hitch, which made him scarier. He did not roar. He made a sound like a promise, and the chains did the roaring for him. The fight that followed was not ours. It was not for us. It was not about us. But the blood that named the ruins afterward would be ours to walk through. I will not list the strokes. I will not tally the hits that landed and the ones that made the air remember where it lives. That would be a kind of worship. I will say this. The librarian lost his stillness once. He lost it to take a step that saved one of the others from being made into an example. The leader laughed at that, approved again, and pressed. And then this matters. The librarian looked at us. He did not ask for help. He asked for presence, as if our living there, our watching without being entirely broken by the watching, lent a weight to the shape he was trying to write against the world. When it ended, it did not end. Nothing ends here. Things paused to sharpen. 3 red giants fell forever. 1 silver knelt again and rose slower. The leader withdrew again, not defeated, not victorious, exactly as he preferred. The chains trailed a little sorrow. The librarian leaned a fraction on his stave, and then did not. He gestured, 1 small circle in the ash with 2 fingers, and the air settled as if thanking him for the instruction. We went back to the hab with water and cans, and a lesson burned into our bones where marrow becomes memory. The lesson was not who would win. The lesson was not who would die. The lesson was that blood is not an event but an environment. The ruins do not hold it. They make it. The silver would wash and wash until their washing became another kind of stain. The red would sing and sing until their song became silent with a beat. We would walk between washing and song until our feet forgot other paths. We would breathe the ash. We would count the chain. We would sleep on the same cold floor and wake to the same warm boy and tell ourselves the same kind of lie, that survival is something other than a slow agreement with a place that wants you to become part of its grammar. That night, when the wind made the walls a mouth again, I pressed my palm to my ribs where the librarian's sign had rested in the dream, and I felt warmth there, deep, patient, like an ember that has chosen to be a seed. For the first time since the world broke, I allowed myself to make a plan that belonged to tomorrow and not only to the minute in front of me. Tomorrow we will try the lower tunnels. Tomorrow we would move the children to a room with 2 doors. Tomorrow we would not watch the square until it came to watch us. I slept. The column did not walk. The chains learned a softer song. The ash fell the right way for almost an hour, and somewhere out beyond the manufacture room where maps go to become stories, the red leader and the silver librarian turned their faces in the same direction at the same time, as if each had heard the same whisper from a throat the city had been saving. Tomorrow the warp will speak out loud. Tomorrow the walls would bleed in ways that had nothing to do with night. The night that followed the second clash did not belong to sleep. Even when the body dropped into exhaustion, the mind refused to soften. Every creak of stone, every shuffle of dust, every sigh of ash in the corners of the room became something alive. listening, waiting for a chance to speak. When I finally surrendered to the shallow mockery of rest, I woke up choking on silence thick as blood, as though someone had poured the air through a sieve and left only the heavy parts behind. We survivors gathered in the dim belly of the head block. The boy pressed close to Lyra whimpered in his half-sleep, his breath fogging against her neck. Fen sat with his auspex, still broken, still silent, his fingers stroking it the way one touches a loved one's grave. Darsk stacked the cans again into little soldiers and knocked one down, then two, then all of them in order, as if teaching himself the rules of collapse. No one spoke of what weighed on us, but we all felt it. The grey knights had not moved since dawn. They stood before the cathedral ruins, 3 towers of silver, their halberds planted in the ash like roots, sunk into rotten soil. The librarian's stave glowed faintly, not light, not fire, not even reflection, but something else, a presence that pulled the eye the way a knife draws a drop of blood to the surface. And from them came the whispers. At first we thought it was the wind. We told ourselves the ash moved strangely, funneling between the broken head blocks and hollow windows. But then the voices grew clearer, climbing into shapes too deliberate for chance. They spoke in words we did not know, syllables that grated the teeth and bent the tongue, sounds that cracked the skull as if trying to pry it open. But even without knowing the language, we felt what they meant, not in the mind, in the heart that faltered when the whispers pressed too close. Some of us wept, some screamed into their sleeves until blood ran from their bitten tongue. One man, Care, an old trader who once sold machine parts that never worked, slammed his forehead against the wall until bone cracked, whispering back to the air as though he were answering questions only he could hear. Lyra begged me to hold the boy's ears, but the whispers slid past flesh. They were not sounds at all, they were pressure, like a storm moving inside the skull. I closed my eyes, and I saw them, not the grey knights themselves but the shapes around them, silver fire, circles within circles, inscriptions that crawled like worms across the ground, burning symbols into the ash without leaving smoke. Above their helms, wings of light that folded and unfolded, breaking into fragments that were not light at all but shards of thought, jagged pieces of something too vast to name. And under all of it, the war. It pressed at the edges of vision, boiling in colors I could not keep straight, alive with forms that changed too quickly to follow. Faces without skin, hands without arms, mouths stretching wider than worlds, whispering in 1,000 tongues that begged and threatened, and laughed at one. The grey knights held them back, but not entirely. The bleed seeped out, leaking like poison into our fragile minds. We were not meant to stand so close. We were not meant to breathe in their battle with the unseen. That night, when the whispers were loudest, I felt something crawl into me. It started in my teeth, a buzzing like a drill against enamel. Then down my spine, pulling each vertebra like beads on a string. My hands trembled without my permission, clutching at the floor as though I were about to slide into some hole I couldn't see. And then the voices spoke in a tongue I understood. Not all of them, just one. You. It was inside me, not outside, not even around. Inside. You see, I wanted to scream but the sound stayed in my throat, strangled by something larger. I tried to shut it out, to crush the word with prayers, with curses, with memory. But the voice only grew stronger. You see what they are. The grey knights, standing still, watching, their visors blank, their silence louder than thunder. They are not your saviors. I knew this. My body had known this since the first priest fell beneath their halberd, but hearing it, whispered in my bones, tore the last veil from the truth. They are the blade, and you are the rot. I gasped, sucking in ash, and coughing until Lyra pressed her hand against my mouth. Her eyes were wide, frantic. She whispered my name, begged me to be quiet. I nodded, but the voice in me laughed, the sound shaking through my chest, like a hand rattling a cage. The whispers did not stop at me. Others heard them too. Care died before dawn, his skull crushed by his own hand against the wall. The priests who had survived longer than they should have began chanting words that bent in on themselves, syllables that tasted of copper and bile. They clawed their own skin with fingernails until blood stained their robes, muttering of silver flames and red thrones, of skulls that wept and sigils that screamed.
The Grey Knights did not move to stop them. Perhaps they could not. Perhaps this was their war, the one that fought through us as much as through daemons and heretics. When morning came, the air was quieter, but the damage lingered. Some of us no longer looked human. Their eyes were too wide, too hungry, as though they saw something behind the walls that none of us could. Dusk shook constantly, his fingers twitching as if playing an instrument we could not hear. Fen whispered prayers. He did not believe. And Lyra held the boy tighter than ever, but her eyes were not on him. They were on the cathedral, on the Grey Knights, and on something beyond them that waited. By midday the whispers returned, but this time they did not come from the cathedral. They came from the ruins beyond, where the World Eaters had vanished. At first it was laughter, not joy, not mirth. Frenzy made a sound, the echo of a throat torn ragged by endless screaming. Then it twisted, growing deeper, sharper, more deliberate. Words slurred from the ruin, guttural and broken, promising blood, promising skulls, promising an end that was not death but a devotion worse than life. The two whispers clashed, silver against red, faith against hunger, purity against madness, and we mere mortals were the battlefield in between. I fell to my knees as the pressure doubled. My nose bled, my ears rang, my skull felt as though it would split open and spill more than bone and blood. Around me, the others convulsed, some seizing against the floor, some screaming, until their throats tore, and then for just a moment, I saw through their war. The wall peeled back like a curtain, and I glimpsed what neither side wanted us to see. The Grey Knights were not men, not truly. Their flesh burned with runes, their souls wrapped in chains of light, their bodies hollowed out to house a weapon more than a spirit. Each one was less a warrior than a blade forged from human remains, wielded by the Emperor's will. And the World Eaters were not men either. Their flesh writhed with hunger, their blood burned with madness, their souls little more than offerings already half devoured. Each one was an open wound in reality, bleeding rage into the world, a scream that could not end until silence itself was murdered. And we, the survivors, stood in between, not as witnesses, not as victims, as fuel, because in their clash, something else was feeding, something vast, something patient, something that whispered in both silver and red. And when the whispers grew too loud, when the boy began to scream in Lyra's arms with a voice not his own, when dusk began tearing at his skin to silence the crawling words under it, I understood the truth. We were not bystanders in this war. We were
The whispers had not stopped. When the chains returned, the psychic bleed from the Grey Knights gnawed in the marrow of our bones, silver syllables echoing through skulls that had no right to understand them. The counter hymns of the World Eaters still lingered in the ruins, like smoke, guttural chants of rage that promised devotion through skulls and blood. But then the sound changed. It became footsteps, at first far off like thunder rolling under the ash, then closer, harder, until each impact rattled stone loose from the hab block walls and made my teeth chatter, as though trying to leap from my mouth. The World Eaters were coming, not the scattered shadows of scouts, not the single berserker who stalked the alley like a predator seeking prey. A warband, an entire pack of them, armored in red and brass, their chain blades snarling like starving beasts, their roars shredding the air into ribbons, and across from them, the Grey Knights waited. The three silver giants, motionless at the cathedral gates, halberds braced against the ground. The Librarian stood at their center, stave held upright, its tip burning with symbols that shifted too quickly for the mind to hold. They did not advance, they did not retreat, they simply waited, their silence as suffocating as the berserker's fury. Between the two tides lay the square, and we, the survivors, are trapped in its shadow. We tried to hide. We pressed ourselves against walls, behind rubble, into broken windows, but the whispers in our skulls betrayed us. Every breath we took, every heartbeat that hammered against our ribs, felt like it carried into the open, calling out to both sides, like offerings. The first World Eater appeared at the square's edge. He was a mountain of red ceramite, brass runes dangling from chains across his chest, a helm painted with a snarling skull. In one hand he gripped a chain axe that roared and spat, its teeth already clogged with the gore of battles past. In the other, a chain dragging behind him, hooked to a cluster of skulls that rattled with every step. He bellowed a challenge, in a voice that was not just sound, but hunger, a roar that crawled into us, made our muscles twitch with an urge to tear and break. Some of the survivors fell to their knees, screaming, not in fear, but in frenzy. They began clawing at themselves, at the ash, at each other. The World Eater laughed at the sight, his mirth muffled by vox grills that turned it into an animal's howl. Then more came, dozens. They stormed into the square in a wave of red, their howls blending into a single endless scream. Some slammed their weapons against their armor, sparks flashing. Others dragged chains behind them, letting them screech across stone, a chorus of madness. The Grey Knights moved at last, not forward, not yet. They lifted their weapons as one, their halberds rose in perfect unison, tips catching the dim ashen light. The Librarian's stave glowing brighter, until the symbols carved into his armor pulsed like hearts. They did not roar, they did not scream. Their silence was sharper than any war cry. And then the clash began. The first berserker charged, a red blur chain axe howling. He leapt, the skull diagram scorched into the square's surface, roaring as though his throat were tearing itself apart. His axe came down, a hurricane of teeth. The Grey Knight met him with one motion, a sweep of the halberd, too precise, too fluid, like the hand of a scribe writing a single line. The chain axe shattered, teeth flying into the air like sparks. The halberd was carved through the helm and skull in one strike. The berserker fell in two pieces, his roar cut off mid-breath. The rest of the World Eaters screamed louder. They surged forward in a tide of fury, dozens, maybe more, their chain axes revved into a single mechanical shriek. Their bolters spat shells that tore stone apart, that turned rubble into storms of shrapnel. The air filled with the howl of gunfire and the guttural rhythm of their war chants. The Grey Knights stepped into them, not like men, not like soldiers, like inevitability. Each halberd sweep left trails of burning symbols carved into the very air. Each step left wards scorched into the ash, glowing circles that pulsed before fading. Bolter shells exploded against invisible wards, their detonations turned inward, shredding the shooters themselves. The Librarian lifted his stave and spoke a word, not aloud, not in sound. I thought, and the world obeyed. The ground split, a circle of ash ignited in silver flame, swallowing three berserkers whole. Their screams rose in ecstasy as they burned, not in agony but in joy, as though the fire were not an ending, but an offering. Their charred remains collapsed into the pattern, completing it, feeding it, making it glow brighter. The civilians with me sobbed, clawing at their ears, their skin, their eyes. We were too close. The psychic bleed tore into us, dragging us down with it. I felt myself choking on voices that were not mine, thoughts that stretched my mind like parchment, until it was ready to split. I saw things that were not there. I saw the World Eaters as rivers of blood, each vein a chain pulling them forward, each step a sacrifice. I saw the Grey Knights as statues hollowed out, vessels filled with something not human, not alive, burning from within, with a fire that would consume anything it touched. And between them, I saw the warp. It pulsed like a heart above the battlefield, each beat sending out waves of madness. It fed on the clash, fed on the blood, fed on the silence and the screams. It whispered, in red and silver alike, and it whispered to us, "Join." One of the survivors broke, a man named Aaron. He screamed, tore free of the rubble, and ran into the square, arms raised, shouting prayers to the Emperor, to the Grey Knights, to anyone who would listen. He never reached them. A bolt round struck him, shattering him into ash and meat. His voice ended before it could finish the prayer. The World Eater who fired laughed so hard, he dropped to his knees, pounding his armored fist against the ground in joy. And then the Grey Knight nearest him swept his halberd, and the laughter ended in silence. The square became a slaughterhouse. Grey and red crashed together, ceramite against ceramite, halberd against axe. Sparks lit the air, blood painted the stone. The ground shook with every impact. I saw one berserker tear a Grey Knight's shoulder plate open, with his chain axe, showering sparks and blood. The knight did not fall. He did not even falter. He seized the berserker by the throat, lifted him into the air, and whispered a word that made the berserker convulse and burst apart from the inside.
his body collapsing into a pile of ash and I saw another knight fall to his knees beneath the weight of 3 berserkers, their axes hacking at his armor, their laughter deafening. He drove his halberd through one's chest, then another's, and when the third leapt for his head, the librarian's stave flared, and the berserker's body folded in half, snapping like dry wood. But for every red giant that fell, another surged forward. For every grey knight strike that cleansed, another wound opened, and the whispers grew louder. They screamed in silver, they screamed in red, they screamed in voices that were neither, tearing through our minds until thought itself became impossible. I clutched my head, blood streaming from my nose and ears, the world spinning in chaos. I saw Lyra cradling her boy, both of them screaming, wordless sounds. Fen clawed at the floor, his fingers broken and bleeding, his teeth shattering as he bit down too hard. Dusk's eyes rolled back in his skull as he muttered prayers that turned into curses, then into laughter. The warp was bleeding into us. It was no longer just their war, it was ours, too. And as I fell to the floor, choking on blood and whispers, I realized the truth. This was only the first clash. The real war had not yet begun.
The square did not cool after the first clash. It simmered, heat lifted off the stone in slow, greasy curtains, as if the ground itself had learned how to breathe through a wound. We lay on the hab's cracked floor and listened to the fight untie itself into stray noises, metal tasting metal, voices losing themselves on the way out, the chain hum of the nails thrumming like an insect trapped in the walls of our skulls. The boy slept only when the ash moved. When it settled, he woke and trembled as if silence were the louder thing. Sometime between one heart stutter and the next, the librarian decided the world outside was too small for what needed doing. He lifted his stave. He turned. He faced the cathedral. The grey knights did not march. They translated. One moment they stood in the square, the wind trying and failing to go around them. The next, they belonged to the threshold, halberds crossing like a sentence closing on a final word. The runes burned brighter on their armor, the floor sigils under the broken nave rekindled, faint lines becoming furrows of light. The cathedral changed its posture. No longer a ruin, no longer a relic, a tool remembering its purpose. The Red Leader recognized the invitation for what it was, not safe ground, chosen ground. He answered anyway, because answers are the only language he speaks. The warband condensed. The laughter died into a low pressure that collected behind their teeth. Chains swept up from the stone, draping over pauldrons, biting forearms, grating their doctrine against the air. A few of the berserkers stayed to tend the dead, which is to say they arranged the skulls into arguments no one sane could win. The rest followed their lord. They entered the cathedral as if entering the mouth of a beast they intended to domesticate with an axe. We did not mean to follow. We followed. Fear has a leash. It loops around the hand of curiosity. Fen said, "No," and then, just to the doors, which turned the no into a trick. Dask carried the last 2 cans like arms and made sure we looked at them so we had a reason that wasn't madness. Lyra pressed the boy to her chest and walked as if the floor would forgive her if she apologized first. I went because my bones did not want me alone any more than my head did. The threshold was colder than outside, a clean cold, knife cold, the kind that slices as it blesses. The nave, once emptied by artillery and time, had been redrawn in light, lines arced between cracked pillars, not straight but true, intersecting over the central aisle in knots of logic that gave the dust somewhere to stand. The shattered altar at the far end had been turned, half pivot, half prayer, so that its broken face looked toward the doors, a defiant page ripped from a book and used as a shield. The librarian stood at the crossing where nave meets transept. He did not glow. Everything else did. To his left and right, the 2 knights held the transept lines, each blade an axis that the ruined world measured itself against. Their helms were turned inward, toward the space between, where the red pressed. The world eaters filled the nave, the way flood fills a tree. The leader came first, a broad red sentence with an axe for its punctuation, helm crested with horns that had been mistakes at first, and then became tradition. He didn't break into a run here. He walked. He respected the geometry enough to deny it his speed. The first to rush ahead of him learned why. He put his boot into a glowing line, and the line bit, not fire. Rejection. The air shoved him sideways into a pillar he had meant to pass. He corrected, furious, and made the second line with his knee. That line did not shove. It took. He left something of himself there, invisible and essential, and stumbled on, diminished. The leader watched with the same patience the librarian used, which made my stomach twist. Men are mirrors when monsters meet. If one loves restraint, the other will learn a taste for it. He spoke. The sound was the inside of a drum. The ceiling remembered it used to be a sky. His warband spread to either side, giving the lines the indifference that trained killers lend to tripwires. They did not break formation on the first ward or the second. They broke it on the third, all at once, a synchronized cruelty. The chain axes came up, half bolts raked forward. One berserker threw a hook on a chain that snagged the lip of the altar, and pulled as if helping a friend up a wall. The altar didn't move. The chain did. It sang in a register that made the boy whimper in his sleep against Lyra's breast. The librarian answered, with a gesture that was almost a blessing, and then wasn't. The floor under the leader darkened, the light lines there flickering, then shifting hue in a way color should not. He did not step aside. He stepped through. When he came out of the change, he was closer, his axe lifted, his breath thick inside the vox grill like someone drowning on purpose. The first halberd caught the axe's beard, the second halberd kissed the heart. The stave described a point in the air, and that point became a hole, the size of a coin, hungry as a god. The leader ignored the hole because he believed in the math of momentum. He cut to break the first knight's stance. The stance bent and unbent. The second knight's blade came low, not to cut, just to remind the red giant of where his ankles belonged. The leader adjusted, and that made his next stroke better, not worse, and the librarian's stave took it, pressed it into the hole, and let it go somewhere a fight cannot follow. The knave became a whispering machine. Our heads were the grease. Civilians, who had crept behind other columns, found themselves exposed as the geometry shifted. A trio of berserkers peeled off to harvest them, not patient, not cautious, practiced. The first slammed a survivor into the wall hard enough to erase his name. The second lifted a woman by her hair, and laughed at the way her legs remembered how to kick. The third chose a child, and chose not to kill because the nails like some instruments more when they play longer. We screamed without volume. The cathedral ate the sound, saving it for a chorus later. Back, Fen rasped. Back. We did not go back. Our bodies tried. The wards rearranged. The simplest path out had become a corridor that turned right where we needed left and ended where we desired beginning. The librarian glanced our way, the tiniest skewer of attention, and a door that had been crushed for a decade remembered how to open twice. We took the hint, and moved sideways through a space that smelled like prayers that had been boiled too long. Ahead, the nave brightened, not light, Bod's idea of light. It started as a runnel under the quarry marks of the floor, trickling from somewhere behind the altar's mat. It found the old channels that masons carved to carry rain away from the faithful, and taught them a new doctrine. Red grew redder, thin into thick. The river learned how to say yes to gravity again, and began to flow. The world eaters laughed like men coming home. They waded without reverence, without caution, without noticing the way the liquid licked at their greaves as if tasting iron to identify family. A few scooped it with cupped hands and poured it over their helms with priestly care. One held his axe flat, and let the stream stripe it, then flicked the blade sideways to paint the wall in a splash that looked like a flag. The Grey Knights did not wade. They stood on stones that lifted under their steps. I saw that, and understood. The cathedral was taking sides, not ours. A scream found its way around the wards and reached us. Dask turned his head, because you always do when a sound remembers your name. A berserker had dragged a man half into the aisle, and bowed his body over a pew, trying to make the spine learn a shape it never wanted. The man's friends struck and clawed, brave and ridiculous. The berserker backhanded one into the river, and turned the other's mouth into a broken red wheel. The third Grey Knight, the one who had ended the small one in the alley, stepped, not toward that violence, toward the line that would keep the violence from multiplying. His blade drew a curve, a clean parenthesis, around the aisle's mouth. The berserker glanced at it, and chose not to test it. He chose the man's throat instead. Lyra made a sound like a swallowed blade. The boy stirred. I grabbed her wrist. Don't. I said, and the word tasted like betrayal. Then who? She asked. The smallest voice. No one. No one. Here is the right answer. No one saves anyone inside a cathedral that has decided to become a machine. The leader pressed the librarian hard, and the librarian let him. The way books let pages be turned so hands will believe they are winning. The transept knights cut down any red that tried to climb the step. They did not pursue. Pursuit creates chaos. Chaos loves red. They killed and made room. Killed and erased room. Killing as a way of architecture. The river swelled. A door at the apse groaned and bled. I realized there were crypts under us. Once that thought existed, I could not make it go away. Bones below, bones soaking, bones giving up their last error of form to learn how to be liquid. The cathedral had been fed for years with the dead and starved of purpose. Purpose had returned. It drank. The berserkers felt it too. A few looked down, sudden as dogs who hear a whistle. Only blood knows. They smiled. They began to chant, not the march rhythm that scares air, not the random hymn of rage, but a hymn you could learn if you were willing to pay in pieces of yourself. They stamped in time, chain axes, thudding the pews, bolters, drumming the rail. The river answered, with a lift and curl. It splashed the steps and didn't fall back all the way when it did. It held itself like a thing waiting to be out. Fen hissed his hand on my shoulder now, not to stop me, to keep his fingers from shaking. There, side aisle, a side door indeed stood ajar, a scar in stone, a promise. 2 civilians ran for it, and met a wall that was not there. They bounced back as if the doorway were a memory trying to do its job. The librarian tilted his helm. The door became real for a blink. The 2 tumbled through. A third tried. The door forgot him. He broke his teeth on the edge of hope. Dask said. He opened it for 2. Why only 2? Because that is what we had left, he said. And only then did I notice the notches cut in the sigils near us. Each notch like a finger held up, each melting when a life passed. We did not try the door. We were not the 2. The red leader finally overextended. He had been patient too long. The nails wanted their tithe. His axe dipped an inch lower on the backswing than the math approved. The librarian slid the stave's head under the haft and lifted. The motion was not violent. It was instructional. The leader rolled with it, because he understood lessons, and used the roll to bring his boot up. The boot hit rund 8, and made a noise that learned how to be silence after. The 2 knights cut the air at his flanks into discouragement. He laughed. The sound, like gravel, learning to sing. Then the cathedral bell rang. It had not existed for years. It existed now. It rang with no rope, no ringer, no bell, only the idea of itself lowered into place by whatever owned the cathedral's hunger. The sound was pure and wrong, and beautiful in the way a weapon can be if you never watch where it points. The World Eaters answered. Every helm, lifted by the width of a knife blade, every chain remembered a rhythm like a heart that wasn't yours. They charged as one, and the river stood up. Not high, not yet. Enough to catch shins and make ankles weak, to hold teeth in its body and offer them to the red boots as gifts. It wanted them closer. It wanted all of us closer. The left transept line bent, not broken, not even bowed, reoriented. The knight there took a shell square in the chest. The wards taking most, taking enough, but the weight still put him back a step. 3 berserkers tried to trample the newly opened foot space into a row. He closed it with 2 strokes that were one shape, and 1 stroke that was a thought about mercy that did not have a human in it. Behind him, the side chapels woke, statues that had been bombed down to knees and sorrow filled with grey fire from inside, casting long, elegant shadows that did not match their stubs. In those shadows, I thought I saw hands moving where hands were missing, and eyes open where someone had chiseled them shut in an earlier, gentler war. The fire did not burn the red. It ignored them. It burned us, very softly, like a mother holding a child that is not hers and forcing it to sleep. 2 berserkers cut across the aisle toward our column, the shorter one with a chain hook in his fist, the taller with a bolter that he fired from the hip, impatient, even bursts. They weren't looking for a fight. They were shopping. The hook flicked out and took a woman by the ankle. She screamed and tried to hold the pillar. The pillar had opinions and let go. The taller stepped between her husband's hands and their hope with a gentle nudge of a boot. The husband fell. The hook reeled. The river welcomed her.
Lyra took one step. I took both her shoulders and did a terrible thing. I held her still. The shorter berserker saw us then. He sniffed. That appalling human gesture. He grinned and began to walk our way, swinging the hook in little circles the way children swing recent gift. The taller kept firing into the transept, his methodical calm a worse blasphemy than rage. The third knight saw nothing and saw everything. His halberd snapped toward the short one and wrote a letter in the air that I did not know and cannot find in any alphabet anyway. The hook stopped moving. The chain remembered it was Link's and fell in a heap. The berserker stared at his hand like it had failed a test. Then he laughed and came anyway, open-handed now, an insult. He reached for Lyra the way you reach for something you will clean later. He did not reach far. He reached a wart. It took the skin off his palm. He stared at the white meat there with fascination. He pressed it to the ward again. The meat hissed and cooked. He moaned, not in pain. His eyes rolled. He shoved his face into the same invisible line, and came away with lips that would never kiss again, a smile carved there by physics. Then he turned and stumbled into the river, not to flee, but to share. It took him like a friend who finally got what it wanted. The Red Leader found a notch on the librarian's collar that someone else had put there on a caned day, and drove his axe into it with a devotion that hides under the word hate, when it needs a place to sleep. The stave came up late. The axe bit an inch, too. It stopped because the stave told it to. The halberds found his wrists and the edges lectured his arteries about boundaries. He pulled back, and the river licked his boots like gratitude. Out, Fen said again, and then, down, because he had remembered the crypts and because the stairs to them stood at our shoulder as if someone had put them there when our backs were turned. Down, down, dusk, blinked in the storm. To what? To away, Fen said. He was right. Away is a place. We went. The stairs complained. The crypt air met us with the wet breath of a mouth that had forgotten to close. The boy whimpered. The light from above came with us in little bars, staves of a song the cathedral ordered us to hear. We climbed past names that had been cut into stone with different hands for different prices, and past ossuaries that had never learned to lock. Bones had been stacked in tidy devotion long ago. The river below had pulled them to ground since and was persuading them now to change career. We reached a landing that once had held candles. The shelves were scars. The floor held something else. Another geometry. Not the Grey Knight's clean circles. Not the Red's jagged sigils. Old municipal, practical, cistern access and drain gates. Saints and water engineers agreeing for once. The river's sound was clearer here. Not raw, not rush insistence. It patted the stones as if to count them.
We can go under, Fen said, looking at a low-arched passage whose teeth were missing. Toward what? I asked again. Toward not here, he said, and for the first time in days I believed a direction more than I feared it. We moved. Above, the bell rang again. Below, the river answered with a hand laid flat against the floor. The passage took us toward the transept foundations, and then beneath the nave's own spine. It was tight. Tight squeezes forced the mind to choose between thinking of the stone's weight and thinking of the breathing behind you. I chose the breathing, and counted the boys. Lyra counted mine. Dask counted the cans. Fen counted everything, hoping to add it to something that would forgive him. We came to a grate that had been soldered shut in some century that could afford metal. The solder had cracked. The crack glowed, not with light, with a mood. The librarian's not words lived there like fingerprints. He had known we would come this way or someone would, and had told the metal how to be gentle. Fen worked the edge with a broken knife, and a prayer he found in his teeth. The grate gave slow as justice. We slid through and into a space that did not want us, and did not possess the energy to say so. Water had once stood here in deep humility. Now the river stood here without any. We kept to the wall, which is what men do around water. They do not trust. It climbed the stone in tongues and fell back in regret. Faces came up in it sometimes, not ours, not theirs, a third category of memory, the place owned. We did not look when the faces asked our names. A sudden light bled through a seam ahead. It was not silver, it was red trying to be gold and failing. We froze. Fen turned his head the way an animal does when it hears bone in tall grass. Whispers, not warp. Men. We came to the mouth of a side chamber where the crypt had curdled into storage. Crates, old reliquaries, a collapsed biker, and people, survivors we did not know, and those we did, herded by 3 berserkers who had found the lower way before us and had turned it into a hobby. The survivors knelt along the wall with their wrists roped behind them. A pile of skulls that had not been skulls this morning waited near the door, magnificently indifferent. The 3 red giants didn't hurry. The one with the vox turned up, hummed. The one with the knife worked neat. The one with the chain counted in a language that is mostly growl and mostly number. We should have fled. We watched. The neat one lifted a head by its hair and considered the angle of the jaw, then set it down because art matters. The chain one tugged a rope, and 3 captives shuffled forward like a sentence you didn't want to finish. The vox one listened for something only he loved. The chain tug came again, and the first captive fell to his knees. He lifted his head, and the Emperor helped us, smiled. I wasn't glad. It was a relief. Some answers are gifts when the question has been long enough. He started to speak. The neat one put a finger to his lips. Courtesy. Then the knife did its brief work. The chain rolled. The skull joined the pile. The pile approved and made room. Lyra put her hand on my arm. I realized I had been moving toward them. Please, she said. And it was not a beg. It was not an order. It was a memory. The librarian had marked me in dreams. It had felt like a hand on the ribs. That hand returned, exactly where it had been, pressure from nowhere. It pressed me back a step. The vox one cocked his head, the way beasts do when thunder threatens to remember a name. He sniffed. He took a step toward our shadow. A new sound filled the chamber. Chain, but smaller. A rosary. A priest. One we had not trusted, because trusting priests is how you lose your children. Stepped out from a stack of crates with his hands raised and his cheeks wet, and his chin high. He wore no aquila now. He wore a black belt of black with teeth in it. He did not run. He offered himself with the calm of a man who does not expect to be taken. The neat one nodded. Respect recognizes performance. He gestured. The chain tugged the priest's wrists forward to the block. The priest smiled. Not me, he said. Him. He pointed into our dark. The vox one turned. The neat one turned. The chain one pulled. I do not know who they thought I was. I do not know if the librarian's dream hand had tattooed a signature on my chest the berserker could smell. I know this. I stepped into the low red light with my palms open because the alternative was Lyra stepping instead. The berserker with the chain grinned. He let the rope fall, unneeded now that devotion had volunteered. He pointed to the block with gallant humor, as if offering me a seat. The neat one lifted his knife like a choir conductor adjusting pitch. The vox one tilted his helm and coaxed his grill to a purr. Wait, said the voice that is not a voice. It came from behind me, and above me, and inside my teeth. The 3 berserkers froze. Not fear, not even caution. Habit. They had learned to listen for command even after command had broken. The librarian stood in the mouth of the passage, a shape cut from the dark by something brighter behind him. He did not fit there, and the space knew it, widening around him like a thought making room for a better thought. His stave touched the floor, and the floor answered with a small memory of dawn. He did not look at me. He looked at the 3. What he spoke next was not a word, and was not a mercy. It was a filter. It passed through me, and took nothing. It passed through them, and took what made them men. The neat one dropped his knife. His hands remained, but not his choices. The chain one let the links fall, and watched them with calm curiosity as they crawled across his boot like a nest of snakes, asking if they were loved. The vox one made a sound that was neither roar, nor laugh, nor any human noise. It was a cancelled command. The librarian did not move again. He simply held the filter open with his will. Run, said the not voice inside my bones for the 3rd time since the square learned its grammar. We ran. The captives did not at first. Then 1, then 3, then all, as if the order needed bodies to remember it. We grabbed wrists, we cut ropes, we promised nonsense. We dragged those who could not remember their legs. Lyra had the boy, and the boy had sleep, and sleep had a smile that did not belong to today. We poured into the passage. Behind us, the neat one picked up his knife with the care of a man caring for an heirloom. The chain one lifted his links because gravity likes familiar tasks. The vox one turned his helm toward the librarian and bowed, mock or real lost to the filter. He did not step forward. The nave above them thrummed. The bell chimed. Someone screamed a name that might have been a planet. We climbed. We emerged behind the transept line into an alcove that had been watching us the whole time. The river had risen. The pews floated like ships built to never sail. The Red Leader stood on the lowest step, knee-deep in doctrine, his axe raised in benediction over what he had made. The Librarian had not moved to intercept us. He had moved to interpose. He and the leader saw each other through a haze of heat and worship. They liked what they saw. Then they disliked it more. The recovered civilians scattered into corners. Corners became pockets. Pockets became plans. Dusk pushed 3 people through a door that was briefly a door. Fen got an old man under a fallen banner that burned without flame. Lyra pressed her forehead to the boys and promised him a sky. I dragged a woman who had already decided to die away from a puddle that had decided to be a future. The World Eaters howled. Not many left in here now. Half, fewer, enough. They had their prisoners and their river and their leader, and that is all Red requires. The Librarian lifted his stave and drew a circle in the air with it. Not a ward this time. An ask, a question, a why, that was also a no. The leader answered with a downward stroke that wanted to be a because. The transept knights stepped in like parentheses to enclose a statement someone else would have written if they had survived to be authors. The blades met. The stave argued. The aisle formed a throat. The river spoke in tongues. Blood ran. Walls wept. The cathedral finished deciding what it was. We found the side door again. The 2 notches that had melted before had grown back as blanks. The Librarian angled his helm a fraction while his body fought, and the blanks filled with light again, for 4, for 6, for 8. We pushed survivors through as if the doorway were a mercy that might change its mind mid-syllable. It did not. It took everyone we offered it until the notches bled to 0, and the stone remembered how to be stone. We were not through. We were not saved. We had simply become the kind of problem numbers cannot solve. A shadow fell over us. Not red, not silver, something the river had wanted and finally gotten. It slithered up the nave wall, learned how to be a shape that would frighten us, then decided we were too small and went hunting bigger ideas. The leader laughed. Honest joy. At the sight of it. The Librarian did not. He crooked one finger around his stave and whispered a shape that made my tongue taste salt. The shadow folded back into the stone as if ashamed. The bell rang a 3rd time. The ceiling cracked. Only a line. Too straight to be an accident. Dust drifted on schedule. We have to leave, Fen said, which meant we have to accept we will not know how this ends. I looked at the Librarian then. He did not look back. He could not. He would not. He had done the thing we asked of our gods, noticed us once, spared us once, used us never. Go, I told Lyra. Now, you, she asked. I will count, I said, because someone had to, and because counting is how you learn if the world prefers addition or subtraction. She went, Dusk went, Fen went, fighting the habit of staying until it kills you. The rescued strangers went in a slow river that did not decide anything. I stood a heartbeat too long and learned how heat dries tears before they leave eyes. Then I followed. Behind me, the cathedral turned red, and then brighter than red. The color a scream would be if you could see it. The grey knights did not fall. They gave ground the way a cliff gives pebbles. The World Eaters did not win. They took pieces the way rust takes patience. Between them, the river carried names. Outside, ash fell the right way for the last time that day. The square was full of people who had not been there yesterday. They wore our fear like clothing. They carried bundles that had probably once been relatives. They looked at the open door as if it were a god that might bite. Where do we go? Someone asked, which is always the most expensive question. Not here, Fen said again, and the crowd accepted that he was the kind of man who could point without being right. We moved. The cathedral roared behind us. The bell stopped. The chains continued. The boys slept. The grey marks on the stones faded in our wake, and the red ones got brighter toward the manufactorum where alleys remember how to be traps. No mercy. No escape. Those words had been promised when the day began. By dusk they had become instructions. Tomorrow the red would drag prisoners for sport. Tomorrow the silver would decide how many of us were liabilities. The cathedral still roared when we left it behind, though the roar had changed timbre. Less like war, more like a furnace stoked too hot, a machine running on fuel it was never built to burn. Ash fell heavy, clotting in the corners of eyes and mouths. The wind had lost direction, one moment pushing east, the next dragging north, as though the air itself had grown uncertain of where it belonged. We walked in silence, the survivors we had gathered fanning out in a ragged herd across the ruins. No one led. Fenn's words had carried weight before, but now he said nothing, staring always over his shoulder at the broken silhouette of the cathedral. We were not free. We had not escaped. We had only shifted from one cage to another. The World Eaters knew it too. By dusk we heard them again, not in warbands this time, but in hunting packs. They did not roar as before. They howled in fragments, bursts of laughter that stopped too quickly, snarls that ended in silence. They wanted us to know they were close. They wanted us to run, and some of us did. A boy no older than 10 broke from the group and bolted into an alley. His mother screamed after him, chasing, tripping, her arms outstretched. She never caught him. The pack was faster. The alley spat blood before either scream ended. The rest of us froze, paralyzed by the sound. Fenn's jaw clenched. Darsk shook his head as if the motion could erase what had happened. Lyra pressed her son tighter to her chest, whispering that he must not run, that he must never run. The message was clear. The packs wanted us to scatter. They wanted the chase, so we stayed together, moving slower, tighter, our footsteps muffled in ash. Every corner felt like a trap. Every shadow stretched too long, promising teeth at its end. The manufactorum spires loomed in the distance, broken chimneys coughing black against the ashen sky. Fenn said if we reached them, we might find cover in the lower furnaces, old service tunnels. No one argued, though none of us believed in safety anymore. By nightfall, the pack struck again. It began with a chain rattling down from a rooftop, clinking against broken rebar. Then another, then 3 more. The sound of links dragging across stones echoed in every direction. We spun, weapons drawn though useless, clutching scavenged pipes and broken blades as though iron alone could shield us. And then they dropped. 3 of them, red giants in the dark, their armor glistening with blood that still steamed, their helms grinning with brass fangs. One carried a chain axe still slick, another dragged a cluster of skulls on a rope, and the third held nothing at all, his gauntlets bare, stained to the elbow, his laughter booming like a drumbeat. The first tore into us immediately. His axe screamed as it split a man in 2, showering the rest of us in blood. The second swung his chain of skulls like a flail, caving in ribs, smashing faces, reducing bone to pulp. The third grabbed a woman by the throat, lifted her screaming into the air, and tore her apart with his bare hands. We scattered them. We had no choice. Panic broke us. Fear made us pray. The packs laughed. I ran with Lyra, with Fenn, with Darsk, dragging a handful of others behind us. The boy whimpered, his face buried in Lyra's shoulder. Ash filled my mouth until every breath felt like choking. Behind us, the screams cut off one by one, each a punctuation mark on a story none of us would tell. The World Eaters did not follow immediately. They let us run, let us believe in distance. Their laughter followed though, echoing, taunting, always near enough to remind us that running only made the game sweeter. We reached the outskirts by dawn. The spires were broken teeth stabbing the sky, their shadows long and jagged. The ground was littered with machinery torn apart decades ago, rusted conveyor lines twisted into obscene shapes. The ash was thicker here, clumping ankle deep, hiding the bones that crunched beneath it. We found shelter in the belly of a furnace. Its iron throat was cracked open, its walls blackened but still holding. Inside it stank of rust, oil and something older, something that smelled like meat, long past rotting. None of us cared. We collapsed inside, clutching each other, coughing, sobbing, silent. For a moment we believed we had rested. Then the laughter started again. It came from outside, circling the furnace. Heavy footsteps pounded the ash, chains dragged, axes revved. The packs had followed. They had herded us here, driven us into the furnace like cattle into a pen. The survivors panicked. Some clawed at the far wall, trying to dig through stone. Others sobbed, praying aloud, calling to saints that never answered. Lyra pressed the boy against her chest, whispering over and over, "Quiet, quiet, quiet." The footsteps stopped, silence, and then a voice, low, guttural, broken by laughter. It spoke our language, but warped, as though every word had been chewed before being spat out. Run. The word echoed through the furnace. Another voice joined. Run. Then another, and another. Dozens of voices, overlapping, chanting the same word. Run, run, run. The survivors broke. They screamed, bolted, clawed their way out of the furnace mouth, scattering into the manufactorum ruins. The packs howled with joy. I stayed. I don't know why. Maybe because my legs refused. Maybe because I had already seen what running brought. Lyra stayed too, clutching her boy, her eyes wild with terror. Fell and Darsk pressed against the furnace wall, weapons ready though useless. The rest were gone, fleeing into the jaws waiting for them. The laughter followed. The screams followed. The sound of chain blades chewing flesh followed. Minutes stretched into hours. The packs toyed with them, killing slowly, dragging it out. Their laughter never stopped. It echoed across the manufactorum, until even the walls seemed to laugh. When the screams ended, silence fell again. Not peace, not safe, just silence. The silence of predators finished with one kill, ready to move on to the next. We held our breath in the furnace belly, praying they would not return, praying they would find better prey elsewhere. But the packs were not finished. They never finished. When the first chain rattled down the furnace mouth, I knew the truth. There was no mercy. There was no escape. Not for us. Not for anyone. The manufactorum's walls did not echo with our breathing anymore. They echoed with silence. The packs had gone, perhaps to chase the ones they scattered, perhaps to drag trophies back to whatever shrines they built from ruin and skulls. But the furnace we hid in still stank of their laughter, as though the sound had seeped into the stone and would never leave. We did not move for hours. Fen counted them in the dark, whispering numbers until his voice cracked, until even he no longer believed that counting could hold the world steady. Lyra clutched her boy so tightly, his skin showed marks where her fingers had been. Darsk sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, lips moving though I could not tell if it was prayer, curse, or madness. Then, finally, the air changed, not with laughter, not with chains, with silence. A silence heavier than stone, colder than ash. The grey nights had come. We felt them before we saw them. A weight pressed against our chests, a hand closing around our throats. The whispers returned, not from the warp bleeding into us, but from the silver giants themselves. Words carved into their armor hummed in our skulls, syllables that did not belong to language but to law. Law that was older than memory, law that had no space for mercy. And then they entered. 3 of them. Their armor gleamed in the manufactorum's dim light, warding sigils burning faintly, their halberds sweeping arcs as they stepped through the furnace maw. The librarian followed, stave held upright, its head dripping faint light like wax. None spoke. None needed to. The survivors who had fled earlier, what remained of them, were already here. The grey knights had herded them into the manufactorum floor, into the open space where conveyor lines once dragged ore and steel. Dozens knelt now, trembling, sobbing, praying. The air smelled of blood, though no new corpses lay among them. The blood came from fear itself, from mouths bitten through, from nails clawing into palms. The grey knights moved through them slowly, one step at a time, halberds poised but not yet striking. They studied each face, each trembling body. Their visors reflected only ruin. The first blow came without warning. A halberd swept down, cleaving a man in half where he knelt. He had done nothing. He had not screamed, had not begged. He had only looked up at them with wide eyes, his body split neatly, his blood steaming against the cold stone. The survivors wailed, begged, pleaded, but it changed nothing. Another halberd fell, another life ended, then another, and another. The grey knights culled them one by one, their silence louder than the screams. They're killing them all, Fen whispered. His voice cracked, his eyes wide. They think we're tainted, Darsk said flatly, as if speaking the truth aloud would numb it. The warp bleed, the whispers. They don't see survivors, they see corruption. Lyra sobbed, holding the boy tighter. We're not. He's just a child. He's not. But the grey knights did not care. Children, priests, soldiers, civilians, it did not matter. One by one they judged, their halberds flashing with clinical precision. The librarian stood at the center of it all, stave planted into the stone. He did not move. He only watched, the symbols glowing brighter on his armor with every execution, as though feeding on it. We stayed in the furnace mouth, hidden in shadow, watching, waiting. The survivors screamed for mercy. They swore loyalty to the Emperor. They recited prayers, begged forgiveness, offered themselves as servants, as sacrifices, as anything but prey. The Grey Knights answered only with steel. One woman dragged herself forward, blood pooling behind her from wounds the Pax had left. She pressed her forehead to the ground before the librarian, sobbing, "Please, I am loyal, I am faithful, I am yours. Spare me, spare my children." The librarian looked at her. He raised his stave. The woman's head burst apart without a sound. Her children screamed. One Grey Knight cut them down in a single stroke. I felt bile rise in my throat. I clutched the furnace wall, nails digging into rust, choking back a scream that would betray us. My head filled with whispers again, the same whispers from before, but sharper now, crueler. You see what they are. I did. Emperor, forgive me. I did. The Grey Knights did not fight for us. They fought for purity. We were not survivors. We were evidence, and evidence is destroyed. When the last of the survivors in the open space fell, silence reclaimed the manufactorum. Blood spread across the floor, soaking into the cracks, dripping into the ash. The Grey Knights stood among the corpses, unmoved, their visors as blank as before. Then the librarian turned, his helm tilted slightly, toward us, toward the furnace mouth where we hid. The pressure in my skull doubled. The whispers grew louder, words clawing at the inside of my eyes, forcing themselves into thought. Come. The word was not spoken aloud. It was pressed into us, into every nerve, every bone. Fenner clutched his head, shaking, blood pouring from his nose. Darsk groaned, his teeth grinding until one cracked. Lyra whimpered, holding the boy so tightly I thought she would crush him. We had been found. The Grey Knights stepped toward us, their halberds rising. The librarian's stave glowed brighter, symbols crawling up its length like living things. No, Lyra sobbed. No, no, no. The first Grey Knight reached the furnace maw. His visor filled my vision. Blank, reflective. I saw myself in it, trembling, broken, bloodied. I saw a man already dead, a soul already judged, and I knew what came next. There was no mercy. There was no escape. Not from the World Eaters, not from the Grey Knights, not from the war that used us as fuel. The halberd filled my world. No blade had any right to be that clean here. No edge so certain. I could see my face in it, ash-streaked, ruined, already remembering how to be a skull. The Grey Knight's visor showed the same face back to me, smaller, dimmer, as if I were 2 moments away from being catalogued and filed. "Come," said the knot voice inside the bone. I stepped without meaning to. Lyra did not let the boy go. The boy did not let his sleep go. Fenn's hand found my shoulder and failed to hold. Darsk's lips moved around prayers that had lost their nouns. The librarian's stave hummed, the symbols up its length crawling like patient fire. He had judged the group in the manufactorum floor, and judgment here felt like a routine, not a decision. The blade rose the width of a breath. The world tore, not like cloth. Clothes are kind. The manufactorum's roofline bent, kinked, corrected, and then decided it no longer owed geometry any debt. The air turned to glass and cracked without shattering. The light did not brighten. It thickened. A heavy syrup poured into the space between seconds. Temperature forgot its job. Cold rushed across the floor like a tide from the wrong ocean. Hot followed in a panting stagger. Ash lifted and hung, each grain its own planet, its own orbit. The halberd stopped above my skull because it had nowhere to go. Not mercy, interruption. A seam opened in the far wall where no seam had lived. Hairline first, then vein thick, then wide enough to be a mouth that wanted to try language. It did not reveal darkness. It revealed the opposite of a color we have ever learned to fear properly. The floor heaved. The conveyors that once fed ore into the great throats of the furnaces learned how to coil like vertebrae, remembering they once belonged to something that could move. The librarian turned. Not his body yet, only his helm, and that turn had weight. The Grey Knight before me froze exactly as he was, a statue that had remembered breath at the worst possible time and given it back. The seam spoke. It chose screaming. Words came out of it in red and silver, syllables like knives getting married. The whispers that had crawled through us these last nights found a single throat and envied it. We went to our knees because kneeling is what your spine chooses when the room decides to become a mouth. Darsk vomited. Fen's auspex, dead for days, clicked once, a single clean sound that meant nothing it had ever meant. Lyra pressed the boy's face into her throat. The boy smiled in his sleep, or in something that looked like sleep and would later be a mercy or a curse. Forms pushed through, not demons as stories draw them, with the courtesy of horns and a taxonomy. These were decisions given flesh, a blade that had grown a man around itself to keep it company, a chain of vertebrae with hands where the marrow should have been, a long lipless grin that dragged a body behind it like an afterthought. Others were worse because they were almost beautiful, figures too tall for the room, their edges exact, their eyes the wrong shape of sorrow, their limbs bending at points no joint should own but wanting nothing except to bend there forever. The first touched the ash and made it forget how to be ash. The second stepped into blood already on the stones and drank not the liquid but the memory of it. The third passed right through a pillar and took the pillar's faith with it. The pillar remained and never believed in load-bearing again. The world-eaters found the seam as wolves found a wound. We heard them before we saw them, that concise laughter that happens when men are giving the worst part of themselves permission. They came through a side bay door, blown bent years before, their brass icons clanging against pauldrons, their chain teeth learning a new hymn in a key only battle understands. The leader was with them again, and the hitch in his stride had taught him a better rhythm. He did not slow at the sight of the crack. He lifted his axe, a salute to the rift as priest to the altar, and then he did the strangest possible thing for a loyal servant of the Red God. He struck the thing that was most like him. The blade bit a decision creature that had nearly finished stitching a survivor's shadow to the ceiling. The cut did not make sense to my eyes. It fell in two directions at once. Both halves went on working until they realized they had ended and argued about it. The leader laughed without mockery. He approved of the argument. He planted a boot on one half's jaw and drove it deeper into the floor as if to anchor the room to itself. The librarian moved then, finally, stave arcing up into a circle that was not a shape but a correction. The circle hung above us, a halo forged from lore. The symbols along his greaves kindled, tiny suns, and the wards etched into the Manufactor Forum stones centuries ago by men who were not saints, woke like old dogs who still remember their names. The knight before me lowered his halberd down, not onto me but into the floor, stabbing the blade point first into the stone. Lines ran from it like rivers drawing themselves. Pressure hit, inside pressure, mine side. The Grey Knight's litany crashed through my skull, not in syllables but in certainties. The Emperor's will is a straight line, the warp is a bent truth, your name is a door, and doors must be locked. They asked nothing, they imposed it. The rift sang back in invitations, too many, too gentle. This can be softer, this can be sweeter. You do not have to be a shape you did not choose. Between imposed and invited, we civilians were stretched across a question again. Dusk laughed at the soft option first, high and thin. He saw someone, I think whom he had lost, and for a heartbeat he chose that illusion over our meat and ash present. I grabbed his sleeve and tasted iron before I remembered mouths are for words. No, I said, and the word hurt to speak inside the litany. He blinked and cried and shook his head until his own name came back into his hands like a tool he had put down in the wrong place. The dive swarmed. Call them whatever you like. You will be wrong, and you will be right. They came in hunger and in order both. Some leapt for silver, furious at its arithmetic. Some rolled toward red, interested in the flavor of frenzy. The world-eaters met them with joy. The Grey Knights met them with geometry. For one long, impossible minute, the Manufactorum contained a balance no story should ever hold. Red and silver shoulder to shoulder, not in peace, not in truce, but in contempt for a third thing. The leader cut a tall, precise creature that had found a pleasing angle with a knight's throat. The knight pivoted and painted wards across the arc of the red giant's axe, as if blessing it against its will. The blessing burned. The leader enjoyed the burn. He cut harder. a decision creature, turned and discovered it could not make a decision about whether to stay incarnate, and collapsed into steam with a sound like a page erasing itself. The librarian spoke a not word that felt like my father's palm on the back of my head when he wanted me to stand up straight. The rift narrowed, sulking like a child caught in the middle of stealing. New forms pushed anyway, thin, eager. He said the not word again. The stave bled light in a way that refused poetry. The grey knight, nearest us, wrenched his halberd from the stone and slashed in a flat line waist high. 3 demons became 6 arguments and then none. He pointed the blade at us, for exactly 1 heartbeat. The air around us hardened into a dome without becoming visible. The dome rang when a long limb tried to remember our faces. It rang again when madness tried to write our names backwards on our teeth. Inside, breath found our lungs again. Outside, the sound forgot to be air and tried being iron. Lyra gasped. The boy finally woke. He did not cry. He put one small sleep-wet hand against the nowhere wall of the dome, and the nowhere warmed. The symbols along the knight's vambris flared in response. The librarian's helm turned a fraction, almost the smallest nod, the acknowledgement a surgeon gives a heartbeat monitor when it proves useful. Fen lifted his dead auspex out of habit. It clicked twice. He frowned like a man cheated. "It's counting," he whispered. "What?" "Beats," he said, eyes on the seam. "It's got a rhythm. It's not a tear. It's a mouth chewing. Bite, bite, bite." As if to answer, the seam flexed, not opening, not closing, chewing. Each chew wagged the conveyors. Each wag made the rivets in the overhead gantries remember. They were made of many smaller loyalties. Bolts pinged like insects naming themselves. A larger thing tried to enter. Its edge arrived before it did, a lip of absence that frayed the edges of the world. Behind it, heat like fever and cold like sleep were in the same room. The leader roared approval at the size of the fight. The librarian raised his stave and stepped forward once, exactly as far as a line of light on the floor told him he was allowed to. The stave came down. The impact happened in no element we understand. The stone did not shake. The sound did not carry. Thought did. For one instant, every survivor in the dome had the same memory. A long corridor lined with candles that exhaled in unison and became knives. When the memory let go, the huge thing had not entered. The seam sulked again, smaller, meaner. Daemons went frantic. The little fast ones became faster, the elegant ones uglier. One reached through the dome and grabbed at Lyra's hair and took a year of it. Not strands, but time. She cried out and clutched the boy, and I struck the reaching nothing with my fist because that is what hands do when minds are busy. Pain shot up my arm, a meaningless human pain, precious for being the only honest thing in the room. The world eaters waded in deeper, boots high in oil and blood and names. A brass icon smashed through a delicate glassy taxonomy of limbs with the satisfaction of a hammer meeting mirror. The leader found himself flank to flank with the knight who had penned our dome and did not strike him. He struck around him, at a thing whose insides were a many-voiced choir. The knight's blade traced letters around the leader's wrists again, not to cut, to remind. Their weapons' wakes crossed. Their hates rhymed and refused to admit it. For half a breath I believed we would live because both gods preferred us breathing for their separate reasons. The scene disagreed. It spat a tide, not of bodies, not of things, of meanings. Words fell out and wriggled on the floor like eels. Some were our words, some were never ours. The world eaters laughed when those words crawled up their greaves and bit because pain is an old lover. A few words made for us slithered toward the dome. The boy put his palm against the nowhere again, and a small golden circle appeared there, no larger than his hand, perfect as a coin. The words recoiled like thieves from a badge. The librarian saw. He saw everything. He turned his helm toward me, then toward Lyra, then toward Fen and Dusk, and the ring of bent, starving humans huddled under the Grey Knight's denial of reality. He measured us. He did sums I will never forgive him for doing. Hold, the not voice said, but this time it was not a command to our feet. It was to our names. I felt mine burn on the inside, a brand applied with care by a father who wanted me to belong somewhere. Images flooded up. My mother's mouth, a thin line too long in the dark. The smell of boiled starch on uniforms packed by hands that would never touch the front. The first time I lied to a priest and believed he deserved it. Each memory brightened and then calmed, slotting back into exactly the place it fit. Fen grunted, some old battlefield in his head placing itself finally in the right theater. Dusk sobbed once, quick, grateful,
like a man who has been found by a friend in a crowd. Lyra kissed the boy's hair, and the kiss had a weight in it, like a seal. The scene tried to chew again. The librarian stepped into its rhythm. His stave tapped the floor. 1, 2, 3, off beats, wrong beats. The knights sang their silence. The leader threw his whole body into the cut that met the next pushing lip of absence, because sometimes mass is a language too. The enormous edge faltered. The mouth choked on its own intention. The rift narrowed to a harsh, petulant slit. The remaining demons shivered, their cohesion failing, like frost losing its pattern under a rising sun. They did not go quietly. One lunged and got its hand through the dome. The knight's blade was there and took the hand at the wrist. The hand remained, flopping on the invisible, then curling into a pity of a fist. I stamped on it because I wanted something in the room to obey a boot. It did. It burst, not meat, not echo upon ideas. I wept. Then, without flourishing, the rift closed. No thunderclap, no triumph, just two edges touching and deciding they would rather be memory. The air fell like a dropped blanket. Heat and cold separated and went back to their corners. The conveyors remembered they were dead metal, ashamed of their recent ambition. The ash rained in little sighs, each more grateful to be small again. Silence, real silence, the kind that arrives after a scream and sits down hard. Bodies were everywhere, red, silver, human, thing that never should. Blood ran to the low places and told the floor what had happened in a quiet voice. The leader stood in the ruin of something he had truly enjoyed cutting and looked dissatisfied, as men are when a fight ends before they have emptied a particular hunger. The knight raised his blade an inch toward him. The leader's helm tilted an inch in the other direction. The shared work was over. The old conversation would resume. The dome around us thinned and was gone. He did not need to. He knew we were there the way cliffs know about waves. The librarian's helm took us in again, the longest look he had yet given mortals without killing them. He lifted 2 fingers from the stave. The air near a side arch unknotted. A path appeared, not open, permitted. Go, the bone voice said, and the word was not a kindness. It was logistics. We went. We did not thank. Thanks is human. This was accountancy. We moved past a world-eater still kneeling, holding half a demon's head in his hands like a relic. He looked up at us through his grill, that ruined laugh in his throat, and for 1 second I could not tell if he envied us or pitied us. Fen guided us by elbows and shoulders. Dusk held his breath as if it were extra ration. Lyra cradled the boy, whose warm little hand still had a circle on the palm that no light made and no soap would later remove. At the arch I looked back, because of course I did. The leader and the librarian had turned toward each other again, as if the closing of the seam had wound the clock back to where their conversation had paused. The transept of a cathedral that was not here moved in my memory. The river I had imagined we would leave behind found me anyway. The grey knights squared their blades. The world-eaters found their laughter again, because their laughter is faithful. We slipped into corridors where the manufacturer's walls had learned a new habit. They glistened, not with water, with a thin veneer of something like a wet decision. As we passed, it withdrew, as if the place were polite and did not want to touch us without introducing itself. Fem whispered, because whispering felt better than breath. Lower tunnels, away. Dusk nodded too many times. Lyra kept the boy's palm pressed to her heart, perhaps believing 2 circles would be stronger than 1. The floor sighed, the metal sighed, the air sighed. Behind us, the fight resumed its older grammar. Ahead, the walls began to bleed. Not red yet, not fully, just the first beads where rivet meets plate, where seam meets seam. The beads hung there, fat, perfect, attentive, as if waiting to choose what they wanted to become. We did not touch them. We did not look long. We kept moving, each of us carrying a name that had been held in place by a stranger's will, and would not yet slide. Tomorrow the walls will decide. Tomorrow they will have appetites.
The tunnels breathed, not with air, with something older, slower. A draft might rattle dust, whistle through cracked stone. This was different. Each time we set our boots down, the steel underfoot exhaled a little, as if easing its weight into our bones. The walls bulged and relaxed in slow rhythms, veins of rust flexing like muscles beneath skin. Fen led, his auspex twitching like a broken compass, its dead machine spirit muttering clicks that no longer meant distance or signal, only heartbeat. Dusk stumbled behind, lips moving as they had since the rift opened, prayers half remembered, curses borrowed from other men. Lyra carried the boy, Her arms wound around him as though bone could be armor, her face streaked but set, unwilling to let despair wear her. I came last. My shoulder brushed the wall, not condensation, not oil, warm. When I pulled my hand away, red threads stretched and snapped, clinging to my palm. Blood. The walls, I whispered, though the words dried in my throat. They're bleeding. Fen didn't turn. He didn't need to. The tunnels gave their own confirmation. Lines of liquid thickened along seams, slow tears weeping from the metal. At first they traced rivets and cracks. Then they pooled, fat drops hanging heavy before falling to the floor with soft, wet taps. The sound built slowly, drop after drop, not yet rain, but the promise of rain. The boy stirred, his head lolled against Lyra's neck. He opened his palm again, the circle still there, faint but burning, a brand that wasn't a wound. He pressed it against the wall. The blood recoiled, hissed, evaporated into smoke. For a breath, the metal was clean. Lyra clutched him tighter, her eyes bright with something fierce and fragile. He stops it, she whispered. He holds it back. Darsk looked at the boy with the kind of hollow envy men reserve for miracles they cannot have. For now, he said and spat, though the spit clung to the floor as if the ground wasn't ready to return it. The walls groaned, not from weight, from hunger. We kept moving. The manufactorum's arteries spiraled downward. Long corridors ran into furnace shafts, branching into subchambers where slag had been stored and forgotten. We walked through dust that tried to shape itself into footprints we didn't make. Pipes trembled, rattling like ribs in a fevered body. Everywhere, the bleeding grew thicker. At first it was drops, then rivulets running down like sweat. Finally streams, the floor slicked red, iron scent rising in waves, warm enough to fog our lungs. "We're inside a wound," Finn muttered, Auspex stuttering in his grip. "The whole place, it's cut open and it's trying to heal wrong." The walls disagreed. They weren't healing, they were birthing. I saw it first when the blood ran too fast, when it foamed where none of us had stepped. The foam bubbled, shuddered, and split. Out of it came a hand, not human, not daemon, not anything with reason. A hand of meat without an owner, clutching at the air, claws gnashing where nails should be. Finn's last pistol spat instinctively. The hand shriveled, popped like a blister, but the blood around it boiled, more foam rising. We didn't stop to watch. We ran. The tunnels tightened. Above us, the manufactorum groaned like a dying throat. The clash of silver and red still echoed faintly, distant battle grinding on in the upper halls. Every sound traveled strangely now, stretched thin or crushed flat, as if the air couldn't decide which way to hold it. Sometimes we heard the Grey Knight's litanies bleed through the stone, their words hammering directly into skulls. Sometimes the World Eater's laughter cut the silence like knives dragged across bone. Neither side had won, which meant neither side had finished. We passed through a chamber where the walls had peeled apart entirely. Great sheets of metal curled inward, forming ribs slick with blood. Pools collected in the troughs, thick and black in the shadows. Shapes floated in them, limbs, faces, torsos, half-formed, dissolving even as we stared. They twitched occasionally, mouths opening in silent screams before melting back into the soup. The boy stirred again, waking. His eyes fluttered open. They weren't a child's eyes anymore. They glowed faintly. Pale fire coiled deep inside, not bright enough to light the chamber, but strong enough to make the blood recoil. The faces in the pool turned toward him. "Keep moving," Fenner snapped, dragging Darsk forward. "Don't look at them." But I looked. The Emperor forgave me. I looked, and one of the faces was mine. Not me as I was now, me as I could be. Skin peeled, eyes hollow, mouth stretched wider than it should. It smiled at me, the kind of smile that promised it would wear me better than I wore myself. I stumbled. The blood rippled toward me, thick as tar, eager. Then the boy's hand flared. The pool hissed, screamed without sound, and collapsed inward. Faces swallowed whole. Lyra sobbed once, short and sharp. Not from fear, from relief. We kept moving, deeper still. The bleeding walls grew thinner, weaker. Where the blood ran, the metal itself softened, sagging under our touch. Once Fen pressed against it too hard, and his hand sank through the wall up to his wrist, metal folding around him like flesh. He screamed, thrashing. I grabbed him, pulled, and the wall tore open with a wet sound. His hand came free, dripping with red threads that clung and wriggled before drying into black crust. What did it do? I gasped. Fen stared at his palm. His nails were gone, flesh raw, pink steaming. But worse was the way his veins crawled under the skin, twisting, rearranging themselves in unfamiliar maps. It remembered me, he whispered, voice breaking. It wrote me down. We didn't answer. There was nothing to say. The tunnels bent again, and we found the pit. It had once been a slug chute, where molten runoff poured into containment. Now it was a wound punched clean through the manufactorum's belly, descending into blackness. The walls around it bled freely, sheets of red cascading into the dark below, rivers feeding an unseen ocean. The air stank of copper and rot, but underneath it was something worse. Sweetness, like fruit left too long in the sun, fermenting, the scent of life becoming something else. We stayed back, but the boy wriggled from Lyra's arms. He stepped toward the edge, his small hand lifted, the circle burning faintly. The rivers of blood stopped, frozen mid-fall. A sound rose from the pit, not from below, from inside us. 1,000 voices spoke at once, not words. Names, our names. Each of us heard ourselves, whispered from the dark. Each syllable was right, too right. Not just the sound of our names, but the way we thought of them, the way we hid them. Private names, forgotten names. Fen collapsed, clutching his burned hand to his chest, sobbing. Darsk pressed his fists into his ears, shaking. Lyra screamed no, and pulled the boy back, wrapping him against her chest, circle covered. The voices stopped. The pit closed, not with stone, with skin. It sealed like a wound. No trace it had ever been. Only the echo of names lingered, rattling in our chests. We ran again. We had no destination, no plan, only the instinct that if we kept moving, the walls wouldn't finish what they'd begun. But the walls had patience. In the next chamber, blood seeped faster than ever. It didn't drip. It poured, cascading from the ceiling, flowing down the walls in rivers. The floor vanished beneath ankle-deep red. Every step splashed warm. Every breath carried copper into our throats. The chamber was vast, a warehouse floor once lined with storage containers. Now the containers were coffins, their doors warped into mouths. Blood streamed from them, spilling into the rising flood. Faces pressed against the steel, half-formed, sliding in and out of existence like wax figures melting under invisible flame. They're making more, Darsk whispered, eyes wide. They're breeding them in the walls. Fen gagged, splashing forward. Doesn't matter, we keep going, just keep going. But the blood rose too fast, up to our knees, then our waists. It boiled, bubbles bursting against our skin, burning. Shapes swam beneath the surface. Limbs, torsos, heads, brushing against our legs, grasping. I screamed, not words, just sound. The boy raised his hand again. The circle burned bright, brighter than before. A sphere of dry air opened around us, pushing the blood back. It hissed and shrieked, but did not breach the boundary. We stumbled through, dragging each other, carried by his light. At the far side, stairs rose, broken, but stairs still. We scrambled up them, the boy's circle flaring with each step, holding the tide back. Behind us the chamber collapsed, not in silence, in a roar. The walls tore wide, blood gushing in a tidal wave, sweeping coffins, faces, everything into one howling flood. The sound followed us up the stairs, rising, rising, then it stopped. The boy had sealed it, somehow. His hand fell limp, his body slumped against Lyra's chest. He slept again, and the blood did not follow. We reached another corridor, narrow, twisting, dry for now. Fen collapsed against the wall, gasping, staring at his ruined hand. It's not over, it's never over. The walls, this whole place, it's alive, it wants us, it won't stop. Darsk shook his head, wild-eyed. Alive? No, not alive, not even dead. It's worse, it's listening. We fell silent, and then we heard it, not dripping, not groaning, breathing. The walls around us inhaled, exhaled, slow, steady, patient, waiting, waiting. We pressed on, each step heavier. The Grey Knights and World Eaters were gone now, their battle distant, their echoes drowned by the sound of the walls. Their fight had opened the wound, but the wound no longer cared about them, it cared about us, and with every turn, every haul, every rivulet of blood, the truth pressed harder. We weren't walking through ruins, we were walking through something that didn't just bleed, something that I learned, or what should have been, a bulkhead door sealed tight, warped with rust, the stairs ended here, nowhere else to go. Fenn cursed, slamming his fist against it. No, Emperor, damn it, not here. The door bled, thin streams ran from its seams, dripping down its face, pooling at our boots. The metal shuddered, groaned, then it smiled, not a trick of light, not imagination. The door itself bent, split, formed teeth of jagged steel, gums of torn metal, a mouth, and it spoke, not in words, in hunger. We stumbled back, clutching each other. The boy stirred, his hand twitching, circle glowing faintly through Lyra's arms. The door mouth widened, blood pouring from its throat. Something was coming through. The mouth in the wall widened. Teeth of rusted steel scraped against each other as the bulkhead flexed, jaw grinding open. Blood poured in sheets from the seams, rushing forward in streams that pooled around our ankles, steaming against the cold stone. The sound it made was not a roar, it was chewing. Lyra held the boy tighter, whispering prayers into his hair. Fenn raised his last pistol, though both of us knew it was as useful as a candle in a storm. Darsk muttered under his breath, syllables stumbling, prayers melting into curses. I could not move, I could not even breathe. The mouth's hunger pressed against my chest, tugging me forward, not with hands or claws but with want. And then it stopped. Not the blood, not the chewing, something else, the silence. It fell like a hammer, crushing every sound, every thought. The chewing muted, the dripping paused mid-air. Even our heartbeats faltered, stuttering into stillness. Chains followed, not clinking softly, not dragging lazily. They came down like a verdict, each link slamming into stone with the weight of a cathedral bell. The grey knights had returned. They stepped into the corridor from shadows we had not seen, silver armor gleaming, halberds raised, warding sigils burning faintly in the gloom. Their presence pressed into the tunnel until the walls seemed to shrink, until the bleeding slowed, recoiling from their weight. The librarian came last, stave planted firmly with each step, his helm tilted, the faint glow of runes crawling up his armor brighter than before, as if fed by the carnage above. The mouth in the bulkhead shuddered, teeth bending inward, blood boiling into smoke. The hunger receded, but the silence did not lift. We tried to speak. Fenn's lips moved, his throat strained, but no sound came. Darsk clawed at his own mouth as though ripping words free. Lyra clutched the boy tighter, eyes wide with terror, unable even to whisper comfort. The librarian raised his hand. The silence grew heavier, and then his voice pressed into our skulls. Not spoken aloud, forced inside. The flesh has been marked. His helm turned toward us. Each word carried not sound, but weight, as if hammered into bone. The warp bleeds through you. You are evidence. I trembled. My teeth rattled. The silence held me pinned like chains across my chest. The librarian stepped closer. The other grey knights fanned out, their halberds raised, gleaming in the tunnel light. Their visors reflected only corpses, though none lay yet. Confess. The word crushed through me. Fenn collapsed first, body jerking against the silence, blood streaming from his nose. His last pistol clattered to the floor. He clawed at his chest, screaming without voice, his mouth opening wider than sound allowed. Confess. The command struck Darsk next. He spasmed, eyes rolling white, his body convulsing as if each vein carried fire. He slammed his fists into the wall until bone split, until blood sprayed in arcs. Confess. Lyra whimpered, clutching the boy, her body bent inward, as though the silence itself tried to crush her ribs. Her lips moved, forming prayers, words lost to stillness. I tried to fight. I tried to hold it. My mind twisted, my thoughts splintered, everything inside me dragged forward by invisible claws. And then I broke. Not in words, in memory. Images poured from me, moments I had buried, sins I had ignored, fears I had carried, the faces of those I had abandoned, the screams I had silenced, the hands I had pushed away in hunger or cowardice. They spilled into the silence, painted across the tunnel, written in blood none of us shed. The Grey Knights stood unmoved. Their visors are blank, their halberds are steady. The librarian lowered his stave. The truth is written. The silence lifted. The sound returned like a flood. Screams erupted all at once. Fenn's, Darsk's, mine. Our voices ragged, torn, not our own. The mouth in the bulkhead moaned, closing itself with the sound of meat tearing. The blood hissed against the floor, evaporating into smoke. Lyra sobbed. The boy whimpered in her arms, his hand twitching, the circle on his palm burning faint. The Grey Knights stepped closer. One raised his halberd. No, Lyra screamed, voice breaking. He's a child. He's not. He's not. The halberd gleamed, descending, and the boy lifted his hand. The circle flared, brighter than before, brighter than the Grey Knight's sigils. The silence shattered. Chains snapped. The librarian staggered, his stave trembling. The Grey Knight's halberd froze mid-swing. The tunnel screamed. Not us, not them. The tunnel itself. Blood poured faster than ever, boiling from the walls, rushing down in torrents. The Manufactor Forum groaned as if tearing itself apart, and for the first time, I saw hesitation in the Grey Knights. The librarian's helm tilted, visor fixed on the boy. His voice pressed again, heavier now, urgent. The mark is not yours. It must be claimed. The boy's hand burned. The circle split into 3 lines, each twisting, rearranging, forming something older than language, sharper than scripture. His eyes opened. No longer a child. Not humans. The librarian stepped forward, his halberd raised, and the World Eaters laughed. Their chains clattered from above. Their laughter rolled down the tunnel like thunder. Shadows loomed at the far end, red giants rushing through the bleeding dark. The Grey Knights turned, halberds ready, their formation perfect, even in the chaos. Silver and red, mercy and madness, colliding again in the wound of the Manufactor Forum. And we, the survivors, the remnants, the ones caught in between, were left in the middle, blood rising, walls breathing, chains snapping, no mercy, no escape. The tunnel learned a new way to breathe. Not in, not out. A collapsing gasp, a held note, a shudder that traveled through the bolted plates and into our bones as if every rivet had found a heartbeat to mimic and then forgotten when to stop. The bulkhead's mouth clenched shut with a butcher's tenderness, teeth of rusted steel, grinding until sparks fell like tiny dying suns and hissed in the blood at our feet. The silence the librarian had nailed across our thoughts, splintered under the pressure of the world, deciding not to be itself. Sound came back thin, then fat, then everywhere. Chains above and behind, a rush of bodies that had chosen red as a religion, the delicate, hateful chime of runes aglow on silver plate, the muffled prayer of a stave that had already said no to too many things and had to say it again. The World Eaters hit the corridor's far bend like laughter with mass. Brass teeth clacked. Vox grills gargled joy. One slammed a shoulder into a wall and left an impression that tried to close over his pauldron and keep it. He laughed because being kept is a pleasure if you intend to break your keeper. The Grey Knights closed around us without touching us. The halberd that had been following the arc toward my skull planted point first in bloody stone and drew lines my eyes could not finish counting before they were finished for me. A dome forced itself into being between air and intention. The boy's limp hand twitched in Lyra's arms, the faint circle on his palm throbbed, then steadied, then bled light thin as a razor. The wall exhaled, then it tore. The plates did not shear along welds. They blistered. Bolts bulged like eyes and popped with wet, surprised sounds. Beneath the metal, another layer, pink, fibrous, striated, shivered into view and tried a flex that was not mechanical. Red ran out of it in sheets that were not leaks, so much as introductions. The Manufactorum had stopped pretending to be a building. It bent toward us like a host. The leader of the Red stepped through the blood, and the blood climbed his greaves as if his arrival completed it. His axe was a length of devotion sharpened to an argument. He swung without preamble at the first Grey Knight he could reach. The knight rotated his wrists and placed the blade of his halberd where an idea would go if you wanted to cut a prayer in half without opening the paper. Metal met metal. Sparks wrote letters. I refused to know. The librarian moved last and slow, The way a storm decides which hill to crest. The stave's head touched the floor. The bleeding tucked itself in, briefly, like a scolded child. He lifted the stave and pointed it at the mouth that was a door. The teeth bent back as if apologizing for the attempt at conversation. Runes crawled up his vambrace, bright as the boy's circle and older. It must be claimed, the knot voice said through bone again, and this time I knew it was not a sentence spoken in our language. It was a ritual's missing piece, a placeholder filled, claimed by whom the knife was I could not pull out of the word. The corridor widened without gaining space, the way pain makes the world enormous while pinning you to a single inch. Red swarmed, silver set their feet, blood climbed. The walls tried new shapes, ribcage curves, throat tightenings, little valves in the corners that blinked open and shut like cautious eyes, deciding when to learn about light. Fennin grabbed his ruined hand with his good one and bared his teeth as if he meant to bite off the pain and spit it at someone more deserving. Darsk made the sign of the Aquila, then turned it into a fist because he had no idea which god might be listening and did not want to say the wrong name. Lura pressed the boy to her breast. The circle against her collarbone left a clean, coin-sized print that did not fade. Two berserkers charged together, their chain axes singing scales of meat. The first hit the dome the knight had drawn for us and left a smear of heat and noise. The second tried a different language. He threw a hooked chain low, trying to catch our ankles like fish. The hook entered the dome and immediately ceased having a future. It charred to thoughtless black. The chain sagged and burned like incense that had stopped caring about the saint. Red learned. Red always learns. The third came high, boots on plates that squirmed like flesh learning dance, and leapt to come down behind the knight's blade. The ceiling, it was not a ceiling, pouted, then clenched, then spat him back onto the floor with the sort of authority reserved for teachers who never learned to be gentle. He roared and laughed at the same time, a complicated hunger. The walls shook themselves like dogs. Plates snapped their bonds and peeled. Behind them, wet, dark, glistening, the tunnel widened in a gasp and birthed. Rooms, chambers, they did not have corners. They had intentions to hold, to slow, to turn a straight line into a spiral you would politely die inside. The librarian sensed the change the way fire senses wind. He took a step. The world under him moved to be where the step expected it. He raised his stave in a half circle and laid its weight across a low, wet arch that had decided to be a threshold. The arch whitened as if scalded, cracked and collapsed inward into ruin that was not rubble. That ruin writhed and then burst into a flock of small, bright things that died invisible deaths in air that had no patience. Hold, the knot voice told our names again. The command did not make us brave. It made us ourselves for one more minute. The leader aimed for the boy. He did not aim his axe, he aimed himself. He cut a path around the knight's blade with the surety of a man who had spent a long month learning where a particular river permitted footsteps. He hit the dome with his chest like a promise. The dome flexed, thinned, screamed. The circle on the boy's palm burned brighter. The clean print on Lyra's collarbone brightened in echo and went hot enough to scald her skin. She did not flinch. She made her body a geography between blade and child, and would have died there, and would have been glad to die there. The leader's helm turned. Through his grill I saw a grin that has nothing to do with lips, not mockery, recognition. He swung again, harder, as if he wanted to see not whether he could break the dome, but whether the boy could burn brighter. A halberd bit the haft of the axe and anchored it. The knight who had drawn our dome had moved between beats. The leader laughed the way you laugh when someone remembers your name in the middle of a crowd you want to kill. He shoved. The knight did not go back. The floor made room under the knight's boots for not back. Around them, the walls finished their decision. The corridor became a throat. The new chambers on either side pursed and drew breath, then expelled it. A pressure wave ran down the passage, a breath as large as buildings. Blood rose to our shins, to our thighs, then hung there, as if gravity were being told there were other ways to be useful. Shapes pushed out of the fresh muscle, fists without men, faces without skulls, spines with too many vertebrae. They came at us with the enthusiasm of the recently invented. The knight, to our right, turned his blade flat and swept, not to cut. Cutting would have made pieces, and pieces are sometimes more alive than whole, but to deny. Where the blade went, the shapes forgot what they were doing, and slumped into meat that had not yet learned a verb. The librarian pointed the stave once at the ceiling. The seam that had planned to open there hesitated. He bent 2 fingers around the haft and spoke in a shape that hurt my eyes. The seam stitched itself shut, badly, as if sulking, and blood found a different place to be dramatic. Claimed, the not voice said again, but it said it with less patience. By whom? I heard myself ask aloud, and the smallest miracle of the moment was that sound came out. It went nowhere useful. The stave did not turn. The world eaters kept the wall bleeding where silver told it to scab. They tore, they hacked. A red giant planted his chain axe like a farmer, and ploughed a row through the fresh-grown tissue, and the blood it threw up smelled not like iron but like hot sugar. He shuddered in honest delight. The man behind him, no man, a thing in armor, laughed and dragged a chain of skulls along the wet floor so each got a taste of the place it would soon belong to. We moved when the wall exhaled again. There was no order in it. There was only forward. Fen shouldered into a space that hadn't existed and chose to believe it had always been our path. Dusk took the cans as if that mattered, and it did, because doing a small reasonable thing when the world is unreasonable adds seconds to your life. Lyra followed the aria of her child's breathing as if it were a light. I came last, knees shaking in warm blood, teeth cold as coins. Behind us, the red and silver resumed their argument over whose god hated mercy more. The throat corridor swallowed us into a wider place with no name. It was round, or wanted to be. It had pillars, or the memory of them, now slickened into bones. Racks along the walls had once held tools. They held people now, not tied, grown. Muscle over muscle had crept up their calves, thighs, hips, bellies, cheeks, and sealed them where the wall wanted them. Their heads jutted out like saints from niches, eyes open, mouths open, words leaking. Not speech, not an individual, a choir of almost voices. 100 throats pressed into a single sound, thin and constant and familiar in the way a fever dream is, because it is made from your own parts. Do not, I said, forearm over my mouth, because I could feel the place where the sound wanted to live inside me, and I did not have room for any more guests. The boy looked. The choir faltered. The circle on his palm burned steady and not bright, like a coal that knows it has a night to get through. The wall drew back from one face 1/2 inch. She sobbed. She did not stop singing. She couldn't. Dusk put his hands on his own ears and cried into them. Fen nodded toward a low arch half hidden by a curling flap of something that was not metal and pretended not to be skin. There, if it lets us. Why would it? I asked. Because something wants us somewhere, he said with a soldier's ugly truth, and moved as if the world were a room and he had been in rooms before. We worked our way under the flap. It was warm. I went last. It stuck to my shoulders as if kissing me. I shuddered. It peeled away with displeasure. Beneath, a catwalk of grating that had grown a pelt. We put our feet where the pattern suggested and decided that meant it was safe. Listen, Dusk said. I did. Beneath the choir, beneath the breath of the walls, beneath the distant chains of red and the iron hymns of silver, another sound, regular, soft, a ticking. Fen lifted his head. His auspex ticked back. 1, 2, 3. It matched. Whatever the wall was doing, it was doing it on a schedule. Pulses, he said. It builds, it rests, it builds, it births, Lyra said, voice so flat the word had no melodrama to lean on. We came to a place where the catwalk ended, and the floor became a steep incline. The metal underneath had been overgrown with stuff that had veins. Blood did not fall. It flowed uphill, then paused, then flowed down. The pause matched the ticking. On the next rest we go, Fen said, as if command could bully physics into being convenient. The wall inhaled and held. The blood hung. We moved in a careful rush, boots slipping on the warm wet, hands finding purchase on straps and bars that had once held gears and now cradled nobody. Lyra's breaths counted 10. Mine counted nonsense. Halfway down, the wall exhaled. The river tried to remember us. The boy's palm warmed and the river remembered something else. We reached a flat. It was not flat. It only forgot to slope for a minute. At its center, a thing like an altar had grown itself, not stone, some compromise between metal and sinew. On it marks, carvings, not the Grey Knight's precise burning script, Not the red's hungry scratches. Older and simpler, and so obvious I had missed them. 3 lines crossing, not straight, bent in tiny ways that made the cross feel like a hand-held palm out. The boy's mark. Fenn's breath clicked. Darsk's tongue stuck to his teeth. Lara set the boy down despite herself, one palm still around his spine as if he would fall through the world. He stood. He put his small hand on the altar. The circle on his palm brightened and ate the distance between the lines. No flame, no noise, only a sudden rightness like the last piece of a puzzle that wants to be completed. The walls shuddered a little sigh. The choir behind us climbed half a pleading note. The ticking stuttered and corrected. Claimed, said a not voice that was not the librarian's. It came from everywhere, and from the shape under the boy's hand. The Grey Knights had told the world no enough times that no had become a noun they carried. The World Eaters had said yes to so much that every yes had teeth. This was a different word. It made my bowels cold with humility and anger, because it had no interest in what we wanted. Fenn reached for the boy. Lyra held him back without looking. She watched her child. Her face grew stranger and truer. There is a shape the features take when a mother realizes she is present at a ritual she did not ask for and cannot forbid. The altar sighed again. The marks deepened without changing. The boy did not glow more. He grew steadier. He breathed. The circle on his palm darkened from bright to a color I could not name, like old gold remembered by someone with a fever. He looked up at me and did something below words. He asked for permission. I did not own. I nodded anyway, because fathers nod sometimes even when they are not fathers. A new pressure pressed from the slope above. Boots, heavy, joyful. The leader's silhouette arrived before he did. Behind it, silver, not as fast, not as late. The 2 old hangers had followed their noses and found the room where something would be called theirs if they were quick. They entered together, and the wall did not bite them. The leader took in the altar, the boy Lyra's hand, the 3-line mark cut into not stone, not meat, and the way the air around it did not argue. He exhaled in a low satisfaction that had no place in a tender life. The knight who had guarded us drew a new dome in the blood and ruin, tight as a skin over a drum. The leader took a step to test it. His pauldron smoked. He liked the smell. The librarian arrived with his stave already turned to the angle that meant prohibition. The stave touched the air. The air learned a stiffness. He said, into our bones, into the red's machine implants, into the wall's strange lungs. You will not have him. The leader tilted his helm. If a helmet could smile, he did. Will not is a toy to men who train their whole bodies to be will. He came, fast and low. The knight to our right moved to intersect. The leader shouldered him aside with respect. The librarian interposed the stave. Axe met stave. The sound was a word I will not carry here. If I wrote it, it would nest in your tongue and hatch later in your sleep. The boy did not flinch. The circle on his palm did not brighten. It grew heavy. The altar spoke again in that quiet unvoice. Witness. I hated it immediately. Not because it was cruel, because it was indifferent. Witness is what you give the powerful so they can be sure someone saw them do their miracles the right way. The wall around the altar went thin, like a membrane teaching itself to be transparent. Inside it, I saw a shape echoing the boy's, but older. No, not older, larger. A design scaled to a cathedral, inscribed in the idea of a cathedral long before this place had bricks. Every manufactorum, every temple, every barracks, every hab with a floor and a door held room for a shape like this if you knew where to press. The boy's hand pressed the one in front of him, and taught the others a song. The red lunged for the song as a starving man lunges for someone else's prayer. The silver laid rules across it, bands of denial engraved on the moment. The wall tried to swallow both. The choir rose, faces in the meat niches strained, groaned, poured syllables that made my teeth itch. One voice separated, and Emperor save me. I recognized it. Kerr, the trader who had broken his skull on the wall 2 nights ago. He sang the word door until the word stopped meaning what it had meant, and became a shape you could set your shoulder against. The knight caught the leader's axe on his halberd, and redirected it into the altar's perimeter, so that it missed the boy and cut a thread of the world instead. The thread spooled bright, then went dark, then tied itself to nothing. The leader laughed. He liked the show. Fenn leaned close, breath hot and metal sour. We have to go, he said. Where? I asked, and I felt like I had been asking that for a week. While gods argue, he said.
mortals leave. The wall did not offer doors, it offered mouths. One yawned open behind the altar. A tongue of floor unrolled and dripped. The choir hissed as if we were being allowed to skip a performance that had taken a lot of rehearsal. The dome around us thinned for a breath, then firmed. The knight flicked his blade without looking, and the opening behind us stayed open a second longer than it wanted to. Lyra bent and kissed the boy on the crown of his head. She whispered a noise I had only ever heard from mothers about to do the bravest and most unforgivable thing they will ever do. She pried his hand from the altar. He did not resist. He let her. The circle on his palm had written itself into the three-line cross. The mark on the altar did not dim. It pulsed once, like a heart that has decided on a tempo and will continue whether or not anyone dances. The leader saw us move and roared in disapproval that sounded too much like delight. The librarian did not look at us, and that was his kindness. He struck the leader across the face with the edge of denial, and taught the helmet to remember it had been once a different metal. The leader reeled, then laughed, then came again. We ran. The mouth behind the altar drooled. We did not slip. The boy's circle warmed the place where foot meets the floor and made traction out of intention. The tongue curled as if trying to cradle us and suck us back down. Fen swore at it like it was a recruit. Dusk kicked it like it was a dog. Lyra held the boy, and the boy held his new slowness like a lantern. The passage joined a proper corridor for half a minute. Rusted beams, bent rails, an old sign twisted into a wordless warning. We took the right turn because the left smelled like teeth. The ticking resumed above, and with it the breath in the walls. The blood found places it had not yet tried to be heroic, and tried them. Behind us, metal screamed the way a hymn screams when you cut it. The altar did something enormous and quiet. The choir dropped 3 notes in grief. The red bellowed a triumph that tasted like copper to hear. The silver replied with a litany so exact the air measured itself against it, and found it wanted to be straighter. The boy pressed his hand to the wall once as if thanking it for permitting our passage. We entered a hall where the manufactorum remembered being a factory, and insisted on it for a few stubborn meters. Machines slept there under shrouds of dust so thick the dust had grown an old man's courtesy. The walls did not pulse. The blood did not rise. We stopped. We breathed. We counted. Lyra leaned her back against a press that had made shells long ago and would never again. Fen sat and shook and would never call it shaking. Dusk laughed once because his body needed to try a different sound. Why him? I asked, staring at the sluggish glow on the boy's palm. Lyra wiped her face with the back of a bloody wrist. Because he was here, she said, and then quieter, because he listens. To who? To whatever thinks walls should obey, she said, and I saw that she had burned through faith and come out the other side into a strange dry country where belief is a tool, not a home. Fen lifted the auspex. It made a noise that meant nothing, and everything. They'll come, he said. Which? I asked. He blinked at me with sick humor. Yes. The boy put his palm on the press. The metal under his hand cooled and smoothed. Old grime lifting off like snow brushed from a rail. He did not smile. He looked tired. The kind of tired that is not about sleep. He met my eyes again. There was an apology there that made me want to hit a god with a chair. The wall at the far end bulged. It did not bleed. It pressed. Behind it something moved that was not red, and was not silver, and was not Damon in the way the seam had been. It was a sound I recognized from a long time ago, the careful, organized stride of boots that take orders and give them. It was chains that mean restraint instead of decoration. It was the metallic cough of a vox set to channels that men obey or die trying not to. Fen stood up fast enough to hurt himself. Dusk stopped laughing. Lyra shifted the boy to her other arm, and hid her mouth against his hair to say a prayer he would not be required to hear. The wall thinned to let them in. They were not the 3 from the cathedral and the square. These were more. Silver in a number that taught the hallway humility. The first through wore a different crest on his shoulder, script deeper, helm chased with something I did not have the right words for. He carried no halberd. The sword hung at his side, and the way the air bent around its hilt said more than the blade would have. His gauntlet raised without rising high. The others fanned perfectly. The silence did not fall. He did not need it. He had a presence like weight. The boy's circle brightened without glowing. The leader was not here to laugh at this one. For a second I wanted him to be. The sword knight's helm tilted an inch as if regarding a specimen. The not voice that had warned the librarian like a mouth did not speak from him. He did his own speaking, and he did it aloud. His vox did not distort. I wish it had. Civilians, he said, and I nearly died of the relief in that old human word. You will rise and walk before me. What about Fenna began.
Everyone, the knight said, and the mercy was colder than any verdict. His visor turned a fraction toward the boy, especially the Vector. The word dropped into me like an icicle through cloth. Lyra made no sound. She held the boy a fraction tighter in a way that would not be noticed unless you had watched her breathe for days. Is he? I started, and the knight did not raise a hand because he did not need to. Quiet, he said. Behind them the wall bulged again wider. There were more. There had to be more. A purge is a verb that begins with numbers. The chapel had been a battlefield. The manufactorum was a wound. This place was an afterthought. We are evacuating you, the knight said, and the word had all the wrong syllables. Evacuations happen away from wars. This one had chosen to happen inside a god's mouth. You will not touch the walls. You will not speak unless spoken to. You will not run. If you fall, you will remain fallen until told otherwise. If you are corrupted, you will be ended. If you are not corrupted, you will not be finished yet. Yet, Dask whispered, hating the shape of it. The knight did not pretend he had not heard. The Emperor's mercy is thorough, he said, which is a kind of joke if you are an Iron Man in a silver suit. He gestured. The Grey Knights opened a lane among themselves the way waves open for a ship they fear. We stepped where they meant. Fenan glared as if daring someone to reconsider him. Dask carried the last stupid can because he could not drop it now. Lyra walked as if each tile had requested her foot by name. I followed and did not look at the sword because I did not want to see my face in it again. We moved. The walls did not blink at us. The blood did not rise. The choir's song faded behind like the weather. Somewhere back where we had come from, Red and Silver continued their long argument over the boy's hand on an altar none of us had wanted made. Somewhere ahead daylight existed in the sense that myths exist, not because it is true, but because it organizes fear. We turned a corner and the walls thinned out enough to show a fracture of the world beyond. A shaft opened to a sky that was not sky. Grey, sick, beautiful. Something fell through it. Snow, ash, purity. It laid itself over the edge of the breach and tried to make the world monochrome so it could count it easily. The Sword Knight stopped. The rest stopped without touching a boot to another boot. He lifted his blade 2 inches out of its home, a courtesy to whatever thing was considering the hole, and put it back without letting it think the gesture had been for it. March, he said, and we did. We were being herded, not hunted, not yet. And in the heavy quiet of steel that speaks with men's mouths, I began to hear other sounds, tiny, flinty, almost conversational, coming from inside the armor. Not the vox, a murmur, a reply, a prayer that answered itself. Voices in steel. Tomorrow the armor will speak back. Tomorrow the command will ask our names and mean something crueler than kindness.
The sound started as a murmur, so faint, I thought it was my own blood echoing in my ears. But it wasn't. It came from inside the armor, from the Grey Knights themselves, not through vox, not through their lips. The voices lived within the plate, whispering, praying, remembering. Every step they took was a syllable, every movement a litany. Their armor did not creak or strain like human war plates should under so much weight. It sighed, it spoke, it conversed with itself in a dialect I had no right to hear. At first, it was fragments, broken prayers, half psalms, names I didn't recognize but felt lodged in my chest like splinters. Tiberan, absolved by fire. Reclaim him, though nothing remains. Steel remembers when men forget. I did not mean to hear it, but it pressed itself into me like cold hands around my skull. The civilians walked in a line between them. Me, Fen, Dask, Lyra, and the boy. Around us, the Grey Knights were the walls now, silver titans whose presence distorted distance. You could not tell how far they stood. Every blink brought them nearer or farther. They were guardians, or jailers, or both, and the voices in their armor made me wonder which word was truer. The Sword Knight led. He hadn't spoken again since calling the boy Vector. That word crawled inside me, gnawed at me. Vector wasn't a child. Vector wasn't a name. Vector was a tool, a direction, a weapon carried unwillingly. The boy didn't speak either. His head rested against Lyra's shoulder, but his eyes were open, calm in the way of someone who knew what they carried and had stopped asking for permission. His small hand still bore the mark. The circle burned into flesh, now darker, like cooled metal after a forge. The manufactorum was quieter here, but not dead. The walls still pulsed, faintly, pipes shifted like veins beneath skin. The air smelled of iron and salt, sharp and electric, like lightning bottled in rust. But the Grey Knights didn't acknowledge it. Their silence imposed obedience on the world, until one of them spoke, not aloud, not to us. His armor spoke for him. "Hold steady, brother. The song grows near." Another answered, voice muffled as if it came from beneath oceans of steel. "The song has always been here. It waits for us to notice. Notice, yes, or remember. Remember the Emperor's charge. Never forget the oath." The whispers braided together, a litany too intimate for outsiders, but we were outsiders forced to hear it. Their armor wasn't sealed from us. It wanted us to listen. Or maybe it wanted to test us. Darsk clutched his ears. "Stop," he hissed, teeth bared like a dog cornered. "They're inside. Do you hear it? They're inside." Fen grabbed his shoulder hard. "Shut it. You'll get us all killed." But Darsk wasn't wrong. The whispers had begun to slip under our skins, not like thoughts but like memories we had never earned. I knew names I shouldn't. I felt battles I had never fought. The death of demons in places I couldn't pronounce. I could feel the certainty of bolter rounds as if I had fired them myself. I tasted blood that wasn't mine. The Sword Knight stopped. The squad froze in perfect symmetry. The air grew heavy. His helm tilted toward us. No movement wasted. No human. He had no need to ask what was happening. The armor itself told him. "Civilians," he said, voice clean and clipped through Vox. "You will hear the relics of our vows. They are not for you." My mouth opened before I could stop it. "Then why do we hear them?" His visor turned on me, and for one frozen moment, I believed my skull would split like rotten fruit. He didn't move, didn't raise his weapon, didn't even breathe differently, but his gaze pressed into me like weight. "Because the walls are listening," he said, "and you walk between them." That was no answer. That was worse than an answer. The knights resumed their march. We were swept along, civilians in their gravity. Dask trembled, still clutching his ears. Fen gritted his teeth until blood ran from his gums. Lyra walked as if she hadn't heard anything at all, eyes fixed ahead, lips moving silently against the boy's hair. But I heard. I couldn't stop hearing. "Do not falter, brother. Even death kneels to silence. The warp bleeds. The steel holds. We are not men. We are the wall between men and the end." Every word gnawed at me hollow. We reached a chamber where the manufactorum remembered industry. Machines loomed under sheets of flesh and rust. Girders hung like ribs from a ceiling that pulsed. But here the Grey Knight stopped, forming a circle. The Sword Knight stepped forward. "Vector," he said. The boy stirred. His eyes blinked once, twice, like a sleeper rising into another dream. His hand moved against Lyra's chest, then reached outward. The knight's armor spoke louder now, all of them together, a chorus of steel, ancient and cold, reciting lines etched into their bones. "The child bears the mark." The altar answered. "The Vector awakens. Test him, prove him, seal him, or end him." Lyra's arms tightened. Her face pale, resolute, desperate, was a mask of war more terrible than any knight's helm. "You can't," she whispered. "He's just a boy." The Sword Knight turned his helm slightly, considering her. Then in the same flat tone, "He is not a boy. He is a door." The words hung in the chamber like a curse. The boy looked up at me then, eyes wide, not afraid, expectant, as if I had a choice to make. I felt the armor's voices press harder, like fingers prying into my thoughts. Witness, choose, claim. The world shook. The manufactorum's walls pulsed harder, veins bulging. The air grew wet with blood mist. Somewhere beyond the world eaters roared, closer now, their laughter cutting through stone. Red was coming, and Silver meant to use the boy before Red could. The Sword Knight raised his hand, pointing at the altar grown into the floor. "Vector," he commanded, "place your hand. The walls will open. The path will be sealed. Do this, and mankind endures." The voices in steel roared agreement, their whispers now a storm. "Seal the breach. Close the song. The Emperor wills it." The boy blinked. His hand trembled. Lyra held him back. "No, no, he's mine. He's not yours to..." The Sword Knight turned his helm toward her. "You are correct. He was never yours. He belongs to the oath." The blood in the walls surged. The roar of Red drew nearer. Chain axes hungry for flesh. We were trapped between gods arguing over who owned a child. and all I could hear was the steel whispering inside my skull, cold and eternal. Choose, witness, claim. The altar began to glow. The boy reached forward, and the world decided it no longer needed walls. The altar brightened, the way frost brightens glass. Thin first, a skim of pale, then thicker as if light itself were being poured in from the edges. The boy's hand hovered an inch above it. The 3 lines cut into the knot stone waited, each kinked at the same wrong bend, each shaped to receive his circle. The sword knight's command hung in the air like a drawn blade. Then the world forgot how to have walls. It did not explode or crumble or tilt. It unlearned itself. The corridor spread without getting wider. Pillars kept their shape and also poured, like metal in a mold that remembers being a pillar halfway through cooling. Distances came apart into lengths you could put your hand through. The far end of the chamber stood beside my cheek. The ceiling lay in my lap and pressed its weight into my thighs, as if it were a cat that had decided to be on the horizon. The first scream was the manufactorum's. The second was mine. The third was laughter from Red. Too delighted, too true. The librarian moved and did not move. He stepped forward, and the floor made itself under his foot, where it had not been, obedient as a tongue. His stave shed no light. It subtracted shadow, washing detail out of the air, until only the important angles remained. The runes on his greaves flared, each a nail hammered into a coffin the world kept climbing back out of. Witness, the knot voice said in our bones, but this time the mouth it used was the librarian's. The sound scraped my ribs raw. The sword knight angled his helm toward the boy. Now, he said, small in the maelstrom. Lyra's arms tightened. The boy's fingers trembled and steadied, an old man's steadiness in a child's hand. Red arrived with joy's certainty. The leader hit the broken geometry like a wave hammering a reef. His axe bit into a corner that had been a breath a heartbeat ago. The corner puckered around the blade, refused, and reappeared 3 paces to his left. He laughed, not mockery, but recognition. Some fights reward adaptability more than strength. He cut anyway. The edge struck an idea, and the idea bled, a thin silver thread, and the thread cut his cheek through the grill. He liked it. He pressed harder. The librarian answered. He reached across himself and unlatched a thing on his breastplate, a little hinge no one sane would have thought to look for, set not where ornament belongs, but where organs hide. Armor does not open like that. He did. Inside the plate there was no flesh. There was a book. Not paper, not metal. It had leaves without edges, pages that turned themselves when words wanted to change. Symbols crawled, each tiny and exact. He did not read it. He let it read him. Light bled through the seams of his armor. Not bright, pale, the color of bones seen through water. By the right retained, he said, and the right was not a right I would ever be allowed to hold. By the secret of the 9th, by the breath of the dead, choir bound. The armor around the other grey knights answered him without strings or lungs. Their plates sighed and spoke, their words braided into his, not voices but pressures, knots tied in air. The sword knight did not join. He stood like an exam proctor, measuring the ritual for errors with the chill patience of a man who has cut off more hands than he has shaken. The book in the librarian's chest closed without closing. His helm canted. Something that lived where eyes should be bled along the edge of his visor, like liquid mercury learning to be a tear. He spoke a name. It was not a demonic name. It was uglier. It was a true name for a kind of quiet. The manufactorum obeyed, not by calming, by becoming exact. The trembling corners pinned themselves to angles with a violence that shook the fillings in my teeth. Waves in the floor flattened into planes so sharp the red blood could not decide if it should flow or be cut in half by its duty to gravity. The air stopped being air and became ribs of regulation. I could breathe only on the offbeats where the rule did not insist. The world eaters struck those ribs and their chain axe teeth squealed like a choir, punished for joy. The leader slowed, not because he wished to, but because the place had acquired drag, thick as law. A shape descended, not a demon. We knew that now, not a warp thing with mouths for joints and faith for fat. This had no drama. The thing that came down over the altar, and the boy was a geometry wearing the absence of a face, a plane folded into planes until it pretended a person's outline. Within it, nothing, not dark, not void, the color you get when you think of a blank in a ledger. It touched the altar without touching. The mark on the surface shivered like a coin dropped in a well. The boy's hand flared in reply. The shape cocked its head the way mathematics would if you dared to tell it a joke. The sword knight swore, the first truthful human sound he had made. "Stand off," he barked. "He is called an eidolon." One of the other knights found his humanity long enough to grunt disbelief. "A null angel, within the veil. Sanction 9, the sword knight snapped. "Close ranks." I could not move. My knees had opinions about new geometry, and none included bending. Lyra did the impossible. She kept hold of the boy when the rules of holding tried to apply elsewhere. Fen stood because his body remembered obedience, even when the world did not. Dask tried to laugh, and the laugh cut his mouth, because laughter had picked up an edge. The null angel looked red. The leader struck it with his axe out of love for resistance. The axe entered the shape, and exited the other side, and nothing remembered the axe had ever existed. The haft ended in a ragged, clean mouthful. He stared at it, the tiny astonishment of a god interrupted. Then he laughed again, the only honest sound he possessed, and swung the stump as if it could teach the absence of shame. The null angel did not answer. It does not answer. It unmakes. It turned to silver. The librarian held on. I felt him hold, the way you can feel a man clinging to a cliff you cannot see if your fingers are laced through him with rope between. Something inside his armor cracked, not the plate, something beneath the vow. He pushed anyway. The eidolon leaned. It was not will. It was subtraction. It pressed absence against the book in his chest, and the book tried to have fewer pages. The sword knight shifted his stance. He wasn't going to help. He was going to end his brother. Mercy is a blade if you've sharpened it on enough prayers. The boy moved. He did not jerk free. Lyra would never have allowed that. He simply extended his hand, palm open, circle bare. He stood in the seam between his mother's ribs and the altar's demand. The 3 lines on the surface took his mark, and woke, not brighter, truer. They deepened until the grooves were small canyons. The eidolon paused for the first time, as if a parent had asked to see its report. The librarian felt the slack like a drowning man feels a wave change. He shoved something more terrible through his throat, the rest of the secret. "I bind thee by the choir," he said, and I knew without wanting to know that he had a choir inside his armor, not a metaphor, not the affectionate term knights give to the memory of their fallen. A real choir, souls, or what is allowed to remain of them once you teach a human to be a vow. He pulled them open like a wound he had been keeping stitched with his teeth. They sang, not music we can write, not melody, a line held like a beam, a tone that was not sound, but pressure pulling us upright against our bodies' protests. The eidolon drank it. It was its favorite meal. It brightened by half a shade of absence. I tasted iron in the back of my throat and realized I had bled from my ears. The librarian staggered. The mercury tear pooled along his visor's edge and fell. It didn't hit the altar. It didn't hit the floor. It took a dot of the world with it and left a tiny, perfect hole that nothing would ever fill. I understood then why this had been called a secret. Not because it was forbidden, because any man who used it erased the place that would have held his forgiveness. Sever. The sword knight roared at last, lunging. His blade came free of its home with a sound like a clasp releasing in an empty church. He moved to take the librarian's head, not malice, function. He would end the conduit. The ritual would fail. The null would starve. Law would return, and allow slaughter to be conducted at its proper, manageable scale. The leader saw and understood faster than mercy. He stepped into the sword knight's line with the move of a man who has loved killing longer than breath. He didn't save the librarian out of kindness. He saved the fight. His shoulder hit silver. Silver met him. The world warbled like a bell rang in a bath of blood. The eidolon turned its absence toward us. It did not move closer. It simply lets us become nearer to it. Lyra gasped as if pulled forward by her own lungs. The boy leaned, not because it leaned, but because his mark had been noticed, and marks must account for themselves before such a presence. I put my hand between Lyra and the knot thing, and felt my fingers edit themselves smaller, and then grow back, a stutter of unbeing. "Hold," said a voice that wasn't the librarian's, and wasn't the sword knight's, and wasn't mine. It was the same homely command that had been laid on our names in the square. The handprint dream he had put on my ribs flared like coal in a scuttle. My spine remembered, against its will, how to be a line. The mark on my chest wasn't magic, it was permission.
The librarian had given me a small ugly license to tell my name, not now. I turned to Lyra. "Hold," I said aloud, and it worked because I meant the same thing. Her jaw locked. Her eyes did not move. She tightened her arms around the boy so gently it looked like no pressure at all, and the boy's breath hitched but did not change. The Eidolon hesitated again. It was not a curiosity. It was metric. It has been shown a constant, and constants deserve their moment in its arithmetic. In that pause, the Sword Knight changed his strike. He did not kill the librarian. He chopped the book instead. The blow did not cut. The cut is crude. The edge introduced the book to the idea of being closed. Forever. The hinge snapped. Light fled, running along seams in the armor like rats exiting a cathedral on fire. The choir in his chest keeped once, a long thin losing of the note, and unfolded into a smallness that might be forgiven if anyone ever came back for it. The Eidolon dimmed, only a little, enough that the world remembered how to flex at the joints without remark. The null thing shifted its weight, or demonstrated that weight could be shifted conceptually even if physics disliked it. It turned its absence toward red again because red always tolerates instruction last. The leader did not try to cut it this time. He roared in the true voice. His machine implants were meant to augment, not replace. He lifted the chain of skulls he loved like a dog loves a bone. He hurled it at the Eidolon, not as a weapon, but as an offering of names. The chain passed through the absence. Skulls went chalk in midair and fell as dust. The Eidolon stored the gesture nowhere, which is its way of winning. For the first time since I had seen him, the leader's laughter faltered, not stopped, bent. A thin filament of fear ran through it and burned away quickly, a fuse that failed to find the powder. "Vector," the Sword Knight said, panting inside perfection, sweat running down vows. "Touch now." The boy lifted his hand as if he had always intended to. He put the circle down on the 3-line mark. The altar groaned the way dead wood groans when you force it into shape years after it forgot the forest. The lines deepened. Somewhere far up, something heavy slid into place with a crisp, merciless certainty, a bolt across a door the planet had not known it owned. The Eidolon halted. It did not retreat. It rested its blank regard on the boy's palm. Not kind. Recognition at last, not of a person, but of a signature. The circle and the 3-line cross belonged to the same grammar. They could talk. The librarian fell to one knee. Silver calls cracked across his plates. The mercury in his visor dried to a dull smear. The not voice abandoned him, not out of pity, but because his usefulness had dropped below a threshold, and another mouth would be found. The Sword Knight stood over him, sword tilted, unresolved. The walls fluttered between meanings, then chose one. Plates reasserted. Bolts grew shy. Blood fell again instead of standing on its own opinions. The choir of faces in the meat niches of the last room, if that room still existed, lowered its pitch into the low stomach sour hum of wounded metal. The long hall through which we had come fattened back into proportion, still wrong but survivably wrong. The Eidolon thinned, thinning the way fog thins when sun wins. It did not leave. It took up residence in the altar, the way a law takes up residence in a courtroom, invisible unless broken. The boy's hand withdrew. The circle on his palm had changed again, no longer bright, no longer gold, a darker metal now as if quenched. He swayed. Lyra caught him. The Sword Knight lowered his blade another inch, then lifted it because a different duty had just put its hand on his shoulder. He turned his helm to us. "Move," he said. "Do not touch the mark." Of course I wanted to. The 3-line cross on the altar called to the idiocy in me that wants to know what anything feels like, even a shark's teeth. Fernan put his good hand on my chest and pushed without looking, because he had heard my thoughts the way men who have buried too many boys hear nonsense and correct it. The leader looked at the altar and the not angel living in it, and found a new thing to want. He pointed with the stump of his axe. "That," he said, voice rich with sacrament. The singing hand with the door. He turned his helm toward his remaining men, those whose nails were not yet buried too deep in their brains to hear an order. "Take it from them and I will give you a city." He did not mean a map. He meant a skull city, a city of names. The floor under us remembered that it belonged to a manufactorum and tried to become steps. The walls remembered blood and obliged them. "Form," the Sword Knight barked. His brothers closed. What had been an escort became a bunker. The halberds came up into that precise angle that allows a man to survive the first 2 seconds of any charge. They glowed a little. They spoke to each other inside their steel in the same prayer we had been forced to hear before, but now trimmed down. Not for us, for need. The leader came. The red came. The space between us learned dread again. A charge's tension, simple and honest after so much philosophy. And then the wall. Our ally, our enemy, our environment, chose mischief. It hiccuped. A strip of floor simply forgot to exist for a heartbeat. Two berserkers put their weight there because they had trained their bodies into weapons and trusted weapons to find substance. They dropped through absence and came back out with missing knees. They ran anyway, because religion is stronger than anatomy for a while. The eidolon did not lash. It only existed as a warning. The altar with its name. Any boot that touched the three-line mark stiffened and became something for a museum that wanted to collect errors. We backed out. The knights backed with us, step by step, their blades writing patient curves in red air. The librarian tried to rise. His legs did not understand him anymore. He sank back, helm bowed, a man teaching himself how to bear the weight of all the mercy he had misused. The sword knight did not kill him. Mercy again, sharpened on duty, turned point down for a later hour. We fell into a corridor that had not been a corridor yesterday, perhaps not this morning. It stank of mint where blood should have been, and of soot where sanctity would have been appropriate. Darsk pressed the last can into my hand, as if memory demanded I carry at least one thing that was true. Lyra kissed the boy's temple. His eyes were open, lucid, tired in a way sleep cannot negotiate. "Can you walk?" I asked him. "Yes," he said, his first word in a day. His voice sounded like someone else had lent it to him for this. "Not far," Lyra said, answering the part he had not spoken. We moved. The fight followed. Red does not give up prizes. Silver does not drop proofs. The manufactorum sulked. The walls bled when it cost us seconds, dried when it would have bought them. The eidolon remained at the altar, a lodge of absence, the promise that the world could still be forced into a shape where addition and subtraction meant what they always had. We reached a junction where light came from above, not daylight, not proper but a softer grey that smelled less like iron, and more like ash. A lift shaft there had split like a vein. The sword knight glanced up at it, measured angles, measured risk, measured time and made a decision. "Up," he said, "now. Red will have the stairs," Fen warned. "Red has everything," the knight replied. "We have the vector." The word sat in my mouth like a pebble I would choke on. I looked at the boy and saw not a tool, not a door, a child with a mark that taught gods how to argue. I wanted to say a small normal sentence like, "What is your favorite color?" and have him answer with a small normal lie, and watch his mother smile like a woman instead of a planet. I said nothing, because words were expensive, and we had already bought too much with ours. We climbed the ladder that had been a ladder before it became a bone, and now was a ladder again out of sentiment. Boots rattled on rungs. Blood tapped from above like slow rain. The boy went first with Lyra's hand at his back, and my hand under his foot when his leg trembled. Fen followed, jaw set. Darsk came behind me muttering, "Up is not down," over and over to teach the world the difference. Halfway the wall breathed in and didn't breathe out. The shaft narrowed, ribs closing. The boy's hand flared. The 3 lines on his palm, the echo of the altar pressed open space that did not want to be open. The ribs hesitated and stuck, a stuckness I could love. Below, the roar of the charge hit the place we had left. Above, light waited. Between, I remembered how to hope, and decided against it because the last time I had done that, a priest died. We spilled into a gallery whose windows had been turned into mouths that ate wind. Through the broken teeth, the sky lay flat, grey, ugly as a bruise. The city's bones stood out under it, ribs and spears and fingers. The cathedral's hacked silhouette leaned in the distance, still arguing with whatever it had been made to love. Smoke drew sentences above manufactorum stacks that had forgotten grammar. Somewhere, a bell rang and refused to admit it had been called. The sword knight set a hand on the sill and looked out too long for a machine. He did not sigh. He did not say what men say. So much lost. He said, "We will proceed to extraction." "Where?" I asked before I could pay the price of it. He turned that visor toward me with the same clinical mercy as always. "Up," he said again. Then away. "Is there an away?" Darsk asked, too tired to be clever. "There is a vector," the knight answered. He meant the boy. He meant a line drawn through a wound. He meant the thing you push along that line until mathematics stops disagreeing with you. He meant salvation, the way surgeons mean we got it all while you count what you cannot get back. Behind us, the manufactorum shook itself and laughed. The small awful laugh a wound makes when you stitch it badly and it knows it will open again the first time you run. The voices in the knight's plate rose without rising. A murmur, a counsel, a warning. They were not alone in their armor. No one here was alone in anything. We moved. The gallery tilted. The walls decided they would be obedient for 5 breaths. We took all 5.
The boy's hand cooled. The circle left a clean smear along the rail where he steadied himself, an arc of permission that would outlast any of our names. At the end of the gallery, a stair tried to peel itself into a spiral and failed out of exhaustion. We descended. The red roared below. Somewhere we were not. The silver whispered above. Around, within themselves. Something like a prayer and something like a threat. The librarian did not follow. He stayed with his secret. Broken now, a man and a book closed together. The sword knight would decide later what to do with men who loved a weapon too much, and then let it love them back. The eidolon would remain in its new house, a pale tenant, waiting to be consulted the next time the world forgot where it had left its edges. We reached a door that was not a mouth, a door made of an honest plate with a human hinge. Fen touched it, and flinched because it was cold, and cold is the rarest mercy. He looked at me. I nodded because sometimes men behave like leaders when no leader is available, if only to give their bodies permission to keep doing what bodies do. We went through. Behind us the walls murmured names, not ours, new ones. The manufactorum was learning. It would try them on. It would walk out into the city wearing its new faces. The red would approve. The silver would disapprove. The boy would be asked to pick a side and the side would not be his. In the corridor beyond, someone had hung a piece of grimy mirror on a rusted nail, a worker's superstition. I looked. I saw a man, ash-gaunt, mouth cut, eyes with too many wars in them. He raised his hand, and there was no circle there, only the smear of a palm print on ribs beneath clothing, and the memory of a mark I had not earned. I did not recognize him. I decided to be him anyway. Tomorrow the line between Silver and Damon will blur. Tomorrow the red will learn a taste it cannot name.
The stair did not end. Steps stretched downward in a slow spiral. Stone that was not stone. Iron that pretended it had been forged. Air that thickened with every turn. We descended, each bootfall a pulse in some organ deeper than the planet. The boy's breath wheezed against the rail. Lyra steadied him with one hand and clutched his shoulder with the other, as if her own blood could be poured through her grip into his bones. The sword knight moved like a metronome, even in the crush of this world's distortions. His pace never faltered, each step measured, each halt purposeful, as if gravity itself awaited his permission. His brothers followed, forming a wall of silvered certainty that should have been protection, yet felt instead like the slow ceiling of a tomb. Below us, red thundered. Above us, silver whispered. Between the two, we hung in a corridor stretched like sinew between opposed jaws, waiting to be bitten in half. But the manufactorum's voice bled back into our ears. A groan of beams, a cough of flame, the crackle of gears chewing themselves with pleasure. With every step, the stair changed beneath us, the curve sharper, the descent longer, each turn coiling back over itself like intestines trying to digest us whole. The Sark muttered to himself. His words broke into laughter when he stumbled, then back into prayers when he caught himself. Fen walked stiff, his back straight, his jaw locked as if discipline alone could rewrite the architecture. I envied him that. And then, the wall exhaled. It was not breath, it was thought, pressed too close, spilling through seams. The exhalation pressed the boy's mark until it shone again. He winced, clutching his palm, whispering something no one but his mother heard. She leaned down, listening, her face collapsing with each word he offered. "What did he say?" I whispered, when she straightened. Her lips barely moved. "He says it's listening." The stair bent wrong. For one instant, the steps folded into themselves like an eye closing. We stood on no surface at all, balanced only on memory and terror. When the steps returned, they had teeth, small barbs that tore at boots, drinking blood from souls, eager as infants suckling. The world eaters howled from below. Their voices did not echo. Echoes require geometry. Here, their sound was fed directly into the marrow of our bones. The laughter was worse than the rage. Fury has purpose. Laughter has hunger. The sword knight raised his blade and it hummed, each rune sparking against the bleed of the warp. "Stay close," he said. "This descent is theirs as much as ours." And then we saw them. Their armor was redder than blood, layered with gore thick enough to drip from their greaves in sheets. Horns sprouted from their helms like trophies stolen from daemons. Chain axes roared, teeth gnashing, not engines of war but mouths tearing flesh. The lead warrior slammed his axe into the stair itself, and the world responded with delight. The stone bleeding bright arterial red, steps pulsing like veins. Every strike seemed to make the descent shorter for them, and longer for us. Forward, barked the sword knight, and Silver advanced. The clash came like thunder in a coffin. The grey knights braced halberds across the steps, their silvered runes igniting like wards in a storm. Warp light bled from their blades, arcs of blue fire that hissed against the stair's wall. The berserkers charged headlong, shrieking praises to their blood god. Axes struck, halberds met them, and the stair itself shrieked with pleasure at the violence. I had thought war was fought in trenches, in ruins, in blood-soaked mud. Here, war was fought in a throat, and the throat wanted to swallow everything. The boy clutched his palm, the circle searing against his skin. The mark bled light in thin streams, and every time it pulsed, the walls hesitated. The berserkers faltered on those pulses, just a fraction of a second, but enough for Silver to cut them down. One grey knight spun his halberd in a perfect arc, blade biting through a berserker's helm, splitting skull and armor alike. The corpse did not fall, it burst. Red fragments sucked into the walls, feeding them. The stair shuddered with satisfaction. But another knight staggered. His armor glowed too bright, his helm cracking with hairline fractures of light. I saw something behind his visor, not his face, but something watching through his eyes. When he screamed, it was not rage, nor pain, but a choir, 100 voices layered inside a single throat, all begging for release. He fell to his knees, helm splitting open, light spilling out like blood. For a heartbeat, he was not a knight but a gate, and dynamic claws thrust through his chest plate. His brothers did not hesitate. The sword knight cut him down in a single merciful strike, severing the conduit before the warp could pour through. His body dissolved into silver dust, scattered on the stair like holy ash. The world eaters laughed louder. The clash devolved into madness. Axes and halberds blurred. Blood and light painted the walls in equal measure. Each berserker slain only fed the stair more strength. The walls thickening, tightening, closing in, as if violence itself nourished the place. And in the middle, we cowered, civilians, weak and small, clutching one another as gods made of steel and blood tore the world apart around us. Lyra whispered to the boy, her voice shaking, "Don't look, don't look." But the boy did look. His circle glowed brighter, responding to the slaughter. The Eidolon's mark whispered through him, and when the World Eater leader emerged below us, axe raised, helm split by horns that seemed grown from rage itself, the boy's circle flared white. The leader paused. For the first time, his laughter faltered. He looked at the boy as though he had found something rarer than prey, a prize. A prize. The sword knight stepped forward, blocking him, halberd, angled. "You will not have him." The berserker laughed again, but it was quieter now, softer, almost reverent. "He bleeds the song," the warrior snarled, his voice bubbling through broken vox. "He carries the door, the skulls will sing with his name." And with that, the leader struck. The blow shook the stair so violently that we fell to our knees. Stone cracked, walls split. The entire descent convulsed like flesh beneath a blade. The sword knight caught the strike, halberd locked against chain axe, sparks erupting, psychic fire lashing outward. The two warriors pressed against one another, strength meeting strength, neither yielding, both knowing only one could exist when the stair stopped twisting. I thought that was the end, silver and red locked in eternal combat. But then, the boy screamed. It was not a child's scream. It was not even human. It was a sound dragged through the Eidolon's memory. A scream that bent the walls back into straight lines, forcing geometry where there should have been madness. And both sides faltered. For a moment, both gods of death hesitated, staring at the child. And in that hesitation I saw the truth. The Grey Knights were not saviors. The World Eaters were not devils. They were both madness, wearing different armor,
preaching different sermons. Silver burned you clean, red tore you apart, but in the end, both left nothing. The battle surged again, fiercer, hungrier, but I no longer cared who won. The stair was collapsing, folding in on itself, blood and light pouring down like rain. Civilians screamed, knights chanted, berserkers roared, and in the middle of it all, a boy with a circle burned brighter than them all. The madness was no longer theirs alone, it was ours now, and it would only...
The stair collapsed into a plain of iron bone. There was no descent anymore, no up or down, only an endless surface scarred by impact craters and rivers of blood that flowed without source. The walls were gone, the ceiling was gone, the world had inverted itself, turning inside out until only a battlefield remained. And the battlefield was already screaming. Grey knights and world eaters clashed in the storm of metal and hunger. Silver halberds crackled with wards that burned the air itself, while red axes roared with endless teeth, spraying gore into a sky that wasn't a sky at all but a vast hollow vein. Each strike shook the plain, each kill tore at the flesh of reality, widening the wound. We civilians, 5 survivors reduced to half-life, stood at the edge of this storm, too small to be noticed, too terrified to flee. Lyra still clutched the boy, whose circle now burned so bright that it cast shadows of its own. Fenn's jaw was locked, last pistol raised though useless, eyes hollow but unblinking. Dask laughed through broken lips, prayers spilling out between cracked teeth. And I only watched because watching was all I had left. The grey knights were breaking. At first it seemed impossible. They moved with precision that no human could imitate, their halberds arcs of inevitability. Each strike a prayer answered, each block a page in some holy book that none of us were permitted to read. Their armor glowed like relics of saints, their runes burned with unyielding faith. But the world eaters did not care about faith. They did not break when limbs were severed. They did not falter when their armor shattered. They howled through cauterized wounds, tore open their own flesh to wrench blades deeper into a silvered plate, and laughed when fire consumed their lung. Their resilience was not a gift. It was hunger. For every berserker slain, 2 more came from the horizon, charging across the bleeding plain with chain axes raised, chanting names of gods whose skulls had already been piled high beyond counting. And the knights, they did not multiply, they only diminished. I saw one surrounded, his halberd a storm of light, cutting through 3, 4, 5 berserkers. His armor shone with psychic flame, each strike shaking the air like thunder. And then his voice cracked, not through vox, but through the steel itself. The whispers we had heard before became screams, hundreds of voices begging, pleading, wailing inside his plate. His stance faltered. An axe bit through his leg. The world eaters pounced, hacking him apart, not for victory but for worship. They tore silver plates into fragments, raised the shattered helm high, screaming praise to Khorne. And when the knight's body dissolved into holy ash, they inhaled it like addicts, desperate to consume every trace of their enemy. The silver broke again. Another knight fell, and then another. The sword knight fought at the center, his halberd a beacon of impossible defiance. Every movement was measured, each strike severing berserker limbs, each parry blasting demonic sparks from the chain axes. But even his armor was scarred now, runes dimming, cracks splitting along his gauntlets. He fought not as a man, not even as a warrior. He fought as a wall refusing collapse, knowing collapse was inevitable. And still the red tide came. The plain itself began to laugh. The ground convulsed with each world-eater strike, spewing fountains of blood that hardened into jagged teeth. The air shook with their chants, words that weren't words but growls of hunger so loud they broke into the marrow of our bones. Lyra fell to her knees, clutching the boy. Stop looking. Don't look, she begged him, covering his eyes with her hand. But it didn't matter. The boy wasn't looking. He was listening. The circle on his palm pulsed in rhythm with the clash, each beat brighter, each glow stronger. The voices of steel still whispered through the grey nights, but now they bled through the boy too, mingled with the laughter of the berserkers, twisted into something neither silver nor red. He was a vessel, he was a door, and both sides wanted him. The grey knights began to chant louder, voices bleeding through vox and plate alike, drowning out the whisper. By Titan's hand, by the Emperor's will, the foe shall bleed, the wall shall hold. Their words burned into the air, searing runes across the plain, forcing the World Eaters back with fire that clung to their flesh. But even as they roared in pain, the berserkers laughed through it, tearing off their own burning flesh, and hurling themselves forward again. The silver wall was collapsing, the red tide was endless. Dask screamed with laughter beside me, his prayers dissolving into madness. They can't win, don't you see? Neither side wins. The blood drinks itself, the steel drowns in its whispers. There's no winning, only eating. Fen struck him, hard enough to split his lip. Shut it, or I'll. But Fen didn't finish. His eyes had caught something else. The sword knight had faltered. A berserker's axe had torn through his pauldron, severing half his helm. For the first time, we saw his face, not fully, not clearly, but enough. His eyes glowed, not with faith, not with fire, but with exhaustion, older than time. His jaw clenched with effort, teeth bloody, as if he were holding something inside with sheer will. He cut the berserker down with one final blow, then staggered, halberd shaking in his hands. His brothers fell one by one around him, each knight dissolving into ash when slain, each death another crack in the wall. The silver was breaking. The World Eaters howled in triumph at the sight, surging toward him, arms outstretched, desperate to claim him. The Grey Knights struggled to hold, forming a shrinking ring of silver around the civilians, their halberds rising and falling in mechanical rhythm. Lyra clutched the boy tighter, sobbing, "Please, please, no more." But the boy's scream was not painful. It was a song of steel, a song of blood. It was both, and when it ended, the battlefield fell silent. For one heartbeat, both sides froze. Grey Knights, World Eaters, survivors, we all stared at the boy, his palm raised, the circle glowing like a wound that had decided to bleed light instead of blood. The plain shook, the rivers of blood rose upward, hanging in the air, like veins suspended in glass. The sky cracked, not with thunder, but with silence sharp enough to slice bone. And the voices, the whispers of steel, the laughter of blood, they merged, not opposition, not war, one sound, madness on both sides finally sung as harmony. The boy lowered his hand, and the silver broke. The sword knight fell to one knee, halberd sinking into the flesh plane. His armor dimmed, his whispers faltered, his wall finally crumbled. The Grey Knights had not been defeated by blood. They had been broken by silence. The World Eaters roared in triumph, charging forward, but they too hesitated, eyes wide, laughter stuttering, because the boy was smiling, and the smile was not. It sat on the boy's face like a mask chosen by a stranger. The circle in his palm glowed low, no blaze now, only a steady ember, and the plain felt it, the whole world drawn tight to its rhythm. Blood hung in the air in veils. Ash floated, indecisive, like snow afraid to land. The Grey Knights had gone quiet, not for discipline, but from exhaustion sharpened into ritual. The World Eater's laughter tripped on itself and fell, then rose, then faltered again, as if the joke had learned it was not funny. The Sword Knight lifted his halberd, and then lowered it, blade tip kissing the flesh-iron ground. His helm canted toward the boy. "Vector compromised," he said into his squad's short vox. "Louder, for us. Stand back." He stepped once, measured, exact, and Red stepped to meet him because hunger hates distance. The leader came through the hanging blood like a ceremony, axe gouged to a stump, where the null had eaten its edge, helm crest bent and laughing about it. He spread his arms as if greeting a tribe that did not yet know it had been conquered. "Little door," he called, voice thick with vox and joy. "Show me your teeth and I will dress you in skulls." Lyra turned the boy away, pressing his cheek into her collarbone. The knot smile did not care. It kept watching the plane. "Back," I said without a plan, one palm up to the silver, the other to the red, the gesture ridiculous and necessary. He's a child." Both gods ignored me the way oceans ignore pebbles that ask not to be weighed. Fen had the las pistol up and down and up again, hands shaking. Dask pressed the heel of his palm against his temple until I heard something soft crack, and he grinned through the pain, relief slick as grease. "They'll take him," Dask panted, eyes huge and bright. "Either way, better red than quiet, better a song than a wall." Fen hit him, not to punish, to bring the world back into a shape his body remembered. Dask laughed bloody into his own teeth. The ground under us thrummed once. The blood veils trembled. The hang of ash remembered gravity for a breath, and then forgot it again. The boy's hand warmed against Lyra's chest. Heat not from skin but from the idea of heat. He looked up. The masked smile went away. His face was his again, tired, open, a child's features trying to carry the weight of a sigil. "Don't look," Lyra whispered. "Don't listen. Don't." He blinked slowly, and I understood he could not choose any of those things. The listening had chosen him. The librarian staggered into view at last, one knee buckling, his armor crazed with hairline fractures of light, like frost patterns on a corpse. The book hinge in his chest hung sealed the way a mouth hangs that has been sewed shut. He was smaller somehow, not in mass but in intention. He planted his stave and the world under its head remembered strictness for a square meter. He lifted one hand toward the sword knight. The motion said, "Not yet." The sword knight did not look at him. He looked at us instead, somewhere inside his helm. A calculation finished. "Civilians," he said. "Kneel." We did, not because obedience is logical but because fear is old. Fen went down hard, catching himself with the ruined hand that had learned a new map. He did not make a sound. Dask laughed and knelt, and the laugh turned into sobbing, without changing pitch. I took Lyra's elbow. She wouldn't kneel while the boy was on his feet. She crouched and made her body. The knight's next words were so clean they did not leave echoes. Extraction denied. Contingency Aurelius. Censure fire. He had promised up, then away before. He was still telling the truth. Away can mean ash. He pointed skyward. The not sky cracked into colorless plains. Somewhere above, a voice whispered across a coil whose length was measured in kilometers and in faith. The manufactorum groaned under it, resentful of the idea that something outside it still had authority to choose. The World Eater leader's head tipped back. Not to look, there was nothing to see but to glory in the tone. "Yes," he purred. "Burn us. Burn them. Burn the world. It smokes so sweet." Lyra tightened her arms until the boy squeaked. She did not loosen them. Her fingers had gone white. When she spoke, she did not plead. She made a statement as flat as the plane. "I will kill him before you touch him." I looked at her. She looked at me. The words were not madness. They were a plan. She wanted me to know it so I could stop her, or help her. I did not know which. "Don't," I said. The sound that came out had more begging in it than sense. "Please." "Then make him yours," she hissed. "Pick a god. Silver kills quickly. Red kills. Honestly. The wall eats names. Choose." The merge song in the air, Steel's whispers braided with blood's laughter went up a note. The plane liked that word, choose. It offered us choices. The blood veils parted into shape. On our left, a low arch of linked skulls grew out of coagulate and memory, each bone licked clean by hands that were not present. Praise waited beyond it. The warm stink of belonging, the freedom of not needing to decide ever again because hunger will always tell you where to point. On our right, lines of pale light wrote themselves in the air, precise, thin, perfect. They formed a narrow hallway to nowhere, edges so sharp they shaved hair off our skin when we leaned too close. The smell there was cold and sour, antiseptic that had learned pride. Behind it, rank, file, rules, a bed you are not allowed to sleep in because your service is your body's only use. Between them, a hole, not an absence, with edges like the null, a soft place, a descent into warmth, darker than blood. where the walls breathed steady as a huge animal at rest. The temptation there was to stop being a person, to become a function. Hide is the lie that the belly of a thing tells you while it decides if you are worth digesting. No human choice remained, only diets. Dask went first, of course. He rose and tottered, and picked the skull arch, not because he loved Red, but because Red loved him loudly enough to make the fear feel like joy. The leader saw him coming. He lifted a gauntlet, not to welcome but to... Dask stopped of his own accord, hands out like a supplicant, grin fixed, eyes terrified. Name, the leader asked. Dask began. The chain of skulls swung once, almost lazy. It met Dask's throat, and took just enough. He folded, still smiling. The leader's gauntlet plucked his head up by the hair. He held it as if reading a label. He looked disappointed. Thin, he said, and tossed it into the arch. Next. Then breathed through his teeth. The sound was pain translated into method. He rose without waiting for permission, and stepped toward the silver's hard hallway. The sword knight did not look at him, which was permission. Then moved with his old drill instructor's ghost standing behind his shoulders, counting cadence. At the threshold, the lines of light narrowed eager. He flinched, but did not stop. A grey knight's halberd slipped in front of his chest with the casual cruelty of a gate closing. The blade's reflection showed Fenn's face, compressed into a geometry the weapon approved of. You are not called, the knight said. Not unkind, not kind. A fact. Fen did not argue. He held his broken hand up, palm outward, like a man presenting a blank page to a bureaucracy. The ward lines nipped his skin, tasting him. They did not open. He turned, jaw working as if biting through memory. He looked at me. Either way, he said, we're few. He went back to us instead, and that was the bravest thing I saw that day. The hole in the middle breathed warm. The longer I looked, the more it looked like a rest. I could lie down. The walls would hold me. They would not judge me. They would never The boy's little hand on Lyra's ribcage flared once. The whole side, disappointed. Choose, said the not voice. The mouth was everywhere this time. Steel, blood, wall, sky, witness, claim. It had become a temporary chant under everything we did. The sword knight lifted his helm far above. A brighter stripe in the nowhere widened. The lance, or something like it, folding down through the clouds of wrong. Down, I heard the librarian say, and knew he did not mean the whole. His helm turned a fraction toward the boy. Do not let it be there. Lyra made a sound like glass ground to flour. She shifted her grip, and the boy's neck presented itself in the crook of her elbow. A mortal mistake away from mercy. My hand moved without me, and covered hers. I did not push her away. I added my refusal of godhood to hers, and between refusals, a human thing existed, long enough to be real. The leader of the Red began to walk slowly, enjoying the widening of possibility. Every step he took taught the ground to like the weight of him more. The sword knight pivoted to cut him off. Brothers closed. They were few. The wall had learned their measures. The blood respected the tuition, and hunted smarter. And the boy, he did something small. He twisted his wrist inside Lyra's hold, until the circle kissed the air. He drew a circle into a circle. He made a gate no bigger than a hand. A sound, like a pin dropping in a cathedral, followed. The blood veils shifted away from him, as if embarrassed. The silver lines stammered, and corrected. The hole in the middle exhaled like a disappointed animal, and stopped purring. The smile that had not been his did not return. Something else came instead. Attention. He looked not at red or silver, but at me. Your name, he said, in his voice this time. I told him the true one, the small one. No prayer book ever bothered to print. He nodded, like an apprentice, learning which tool to choose in a drawer full of knives. Hold, he said, like the librarian had said. The place under my sternum burned. The handprint I had dreamed of became a weight again. Not now. A small, ugly license. The sword knight took 2 quick, efficient steps, and brought his halberd down in front of Lyra's knees, the blade forming a bar between boy and world. He did not threaten her. He drew the line law requires before it can call itself righteous. Give him, if the censure falls here, it kills billions. If he seals, we withdraw. This is mercy. Lyra did not look up. Say the word again, she whispered. Mercy. The leader laughed softly.
He will take your hand off at the wrist and call it prayer. Better your wrist than your son, the Sword Knight said, and the line he spoke had worn grooves in his tongue. It did not mean what it meant anymore. It meant obey me, so my math works. The red masses shifted, the silver line tightened, the hole breathed, patient. Above, the stripe in the sky thickened, a spear trying to be born. Stop them, the librarian rasped, to no one we could see, or to the choir that wasn't his anymore, or to me. I can't, I said before sense could catch up. I can't stop anyone. You can stop yourself, he said. What did that mean? Stop wanting, stop hoping, stop seeing. The Eidolon fed on constants. Hadn't it paused when the librarian branded my name with hold? If I refused to be a witness, if I turned away, would the arithmetic that wanted us all simplify enough to let the silver and red eat each other without needing a door? Don't, Lyra said, under her breath, as if reading my thoughts like a poster. Don't you dare leave me here alone. I didn't. Perhaps that was the last human choice I made. The Sword Knight shifted his stance for a killing stroke, not at Lyra, at the problem that required too much mercy to manage. The boy, red tends to rush when silver is cut. The wall thickened around the hole like lips, sealing a mouth that had laughed too loud. The lance above brightened. The tone it sang fell a note lower, preparing to be weight. Stop, I said, not to the knight, to the boy. Pick a side. He looked at me, surprised. Lyra jerked as if struck. Fenn's head snapped toward me, betrayal wincing behind his rationed stoicism. Dask made a happy sound down in his severed throat. That was not a sound. Pick, I said again. Make it small. A door never closes. A door is either open or a wall. If he were a door and decided to be a wall, even for a breath, the lance could be called off, or the red would crush us, or both, but the choice would be his, not theirs. Something in me needed that. He nodded, solemn the way children are when they agree to pretend a game is real, and then make it real by believing. He turned his hand and pressed the circle against the flat of the Sword Knight's blade. The steel screamed like a choir. Runes along the edge spat white fire, then steadied, then burned not brighter but truer. The way a lie burns when forced to remember it is a lie. The halberd did not melt, it yielded. For 1 second, the weapon obeyed a child more than it obeyed a vow. The sky spear dimmed by a hair's breadth. Far above, somebody in orbit cursed through teeth they could afford to replace. The World Eater leader burst forward, laughing in delight at the trick. The Sword Knight slid half a pace to cover. The clash that followed had been written under our feet since the first skull was painted on the first wall in the first city. Red hit silver. The boy's mark was written on both of them. Neither liked the pen. The knights around us. One stepped past Fenn and used him not cruelly, not kindly, as a fulcrum, a shoulder to brace against for a pivot strike that took a berserker's knee off. Fenn grunted and stayed standing, because his body decided humiliation was acceptable if living was the reward. The knight did not thank him. He did not see him. Men used to be furniture for gods. Here, gods had repurposed us into architecture. Back, the Sword Knight barked without looking at us, and the squad shifted, as a single mind. The ring tightened, and moved, and we, with it, dragged in their gravity. The leader followed, relentlessly. He saw yields and tears in the wall and put his axe in them. The halberds wrote denial around his wrists again and again. He made joy of Vector, the Sword Knight said, almost softly, and Lyra took a step before she remembered he was calling her child a tool. She stopped. He saw that too. Mother, he corrected, and the correction was the kindest thing he had said all day. If he seals now, the censure lift. If he refuses, Titan will light this city until there are no true names left in its dust. Titan, Fenn breathed, as if the name itself dropped more weight than the sky spear. Do not, the librarian gasped, and I heard in the break of his voice, both love and hatred, for the right, for the secret, for his brother about to do what duty demanded. Not here, not like this. No one listened to anyone. That is the first law of wars of gods. The plane trembled. The blood veils ran together, and then apart like fingers combing hair. The hole in the middle smiled with lips it had borrowed from somewhere deeper. The boy pressed his hand against Lyra's throat by accident, and she flinched. The circle kissed her pulse. For a breath it stopped, then it ran on. Choose, the not voice said with boredom now. The entertainment had gone on too long. Dusk's head in the arc of skulls grinned wider. Fenn's ruined palm bled in thin threads that drew letters on his wrist in a language his skin did not know. He scraped them off against his sleeve like a man wiping his mouth after vomiting pride. I put my hand over Lyra's again, and together we held our son, who was not mine, and would never belong to either of us again, the way boys used to belong to mothers in days when walls did not breathe. The sword knight lifted his blade into a killing angle. The leader lifted his broken axe to break it more. The lance above breathed in. The plane held its breath because it had learned that both gods liked dramatic pauses. The boy whispered, not in the Eidolon's grammar, not in the Silver's litanies, or the Red's hymns. He whispered, in a language smaller than any of those. It was the sound of Lyra telling him about rain once when the roof had held. It was the sound of Fenn counting to 10 for children who weren't his. It was the sound of Dusk promising to stop when the bottle was empty, and meaning it for a minute. It was the sound of my father's palm on the back of my head, teaching me to stand straight for reasons that had nothing to do with emperors. The circle went dark, not dark, like iron that has decided to be cool. The world blinked. The lance above coughed and missed its beat. Somewhere in the sky, a machine with religion inside it hiccuped. The sword knight's blade stuttered in its arc. The leader's laugh broke into a question, and forgot what it had been asking. The hole in the middle pouted. The blood lost its balance, and fell like rain. The ash chose a direction. For exactly one heartbeat, there were no signs. There was a boy whose palm was only skin, a mother's grip. Two men, not sure whether to run or die standing. A god in silver, arguing with a brother in red, who liked him better when he was more certain. A librarian, with no book. A sky with a grudge. A wall with an appetite. None of them owned time. Then time started again, and humanity did not. The sword knight finished the cut. He chose the axe, not the child. Metal sang. Sparks ran. The leader chose to keep his arm, and so did not get his head taken. He stepped back laughing in honest gratitude. The halberd's wards flared, and burned, a rune across his pauldron, that he would wear with pride, until someone cut it off him and wore it as a necklace. Move, the knight said again, before the next sanction. We moved, not toward silver, not toward red, not into the hole. We moved sideways, into the narrowest, ugliest of all choices. After this breath, another. The grey nights closed around us, not tenderly, not cruelly, efficiently. The leader allowed it, because some games are improved by a longer board. Run, the world eater called after us, and keep the door warm for me. The librarian did not rise. He watched us go with a patience that belonged to a man who had erased enough of himself to be mostly duty, and had one small treasonous ember left, where his name used to be. Witness, the not voice said again, and I wanted to spit. I wanted to stop seeing. I could not. My head turned, of its own accord at the edge of the plane, and I watched two wars resume over a child's cooled hand. Behind us, the plane learned how to be corridors again. The walls pulled in, shy. The ceiling remembered it had a job. Blood dropped vertical, like manners. The sky spear dimmed, not denied, delayed. Ahead, a stair remembered being a stair. It led up into the sword knight marked each riser with a boot print that glowed and faded. Glow and fade, the only lullaby left in this city. We climbed because that is what bodies do when told. Then went first, the pistol silent and stupid in his fist. He carried it anyway, a totem that meant not empty-handed. Dusk's absence followed us like an unmade noise. Lyra held the boy. I kept one hand on her back and one on the rail, and told myself that contact is a kind of theology. We reached a landing, where a door stood. A door, not a mouth. Steel, hinges honestly, handles cold. A little window square wired with mesh. On the other side, wind. The sword knight put his gauntlet to the mesh. He did not pray. He checked the weather. He opened the door. The wind outside was filthy, which is to say, it was alive in the old way.
It smelled of ash, and oil, and old fires that were lit by men with matches, and not by gods with lances. The manufacturer's roof stepped away into a horizon broken by stacks and spires, and the saw-toothed silhouette of a cathedral that refused to finish dying. Somewhere off to the west, towers leaned like tired soldiers. We go to the spire, the knight said. Signal strength holds. Extraction changes the vector. What does that mean? I asked, because I cannot stop asking. It will burn while it lifts, he said without rancor. Fen said. If he seals, the knight answered, nodding toward the boy. Not you. And if he doesn't, Lyra said. Then not you, he said again, and the mercy in it was emptier than the eidolon. A chain clanked behind us, not red, silver. The whisper inside their armor rose and fell as the brothers took a breath together. I heard words through the plate I wish I had never been allowed to keep. No humanity left, they said without saying. They did not mean we, they meant here, they meant you. We stepped out onto a catwalk that swayed to the same rhythm as my stomach. The city opened, wounded and gross and accurate. Somewhere below, red rehearsed laughter. Above, the spear adjusted its angle, like a musician choosing a key between silver. Count. The boy's hand lay quiet in Lyra's grip. Circle cool. He looked at me without asking for another impossible thing. I answered anyway. Keep breathing, I said to him. That's all. He nodded. The smallest religion. We began the long walk along the roof toward a spire that had never envied heaven before today. The wind took our words, and tasted them, and dropped them at our feet, to be stepped on. The knights moved like machinery that had been taught grace in its old age. The sword knight lifted his helm once to the bruised sky, and the sky did not reply, which is the kindest reply there is. Behind us, the plain found the idea of walls again, and grew. Ahead, the spire lifted its broken mouth to us like a prayer you don't believe in, but say anyway because the shape of the words holds your jaw together. We were not choosing sides, sides were choosing us, and whatever we picked, rigor, hunger or warm forgetting, none of it would be human again. Tomorrow the sky will choose too. Tomorrow the extraction will be fired whether it saves or kills. The catwalk trembled like a nerve under a needle. The manufacturing roofs below stretched away in fractured rows, their broken chimneys coughing smoke into the bruised sky like lungs that had forgotten the rhythm of breathing. The grey knights moved ahead of us in a perfect diamond, every step landing in the same cadence, every helm angled as though listening to a choir we could not hear. Their silence had weight. Their silence was worse than any battle cry. Behind us, somewhere lost in the ruins, the world eaters sang. Their voices did not belong to throats. They were made of blades striking blades, laughter pouring over torn cartilage, and the grotesque rhythm of skulls cracking beneath boots. It carried through the ash like a second heartbeat for the city. It promised arrival. The boy stirred in Lyra's arms. His small hand glowed faint again, a pale ember circling on his palm like a dying star refusing to go out. Every time it pulsed, the catwalk seemed to lurch, not from its own instability, but as though the city was trying to avoid the touch of that circle. Steel did not want him. Walls leaned away. Even the wind carried his breath like contraband. We walked, not toward safety, not toward hope, but toward a spire that had been gutted in a bombing raid 2 decades ago, rebuilt by hands that no longer remembered why they built, and left half-finished when the war outgrew the patience of its mason. It rose crooked against the sky, steel ribs bent like a cage around a lung that would never inflate. That was where the Grey Knight said the signal could still burn strong enough to pull an extraction. But the question hung behind every step. Extraction for who? The Sword Knight did not explain. He marched, silver cloak torn, halberd gleaming with runes that whispered against each other like wet teeth. His brothers whispered back in tones too quiet for flesh to hear, their words sliding against the vox as if language itself had become ashamed. Fen stumbled once, caught himself and kept walking. I kept my hand on Lyra's shoulder. Dask's absence weighed on me heavier than his body ever had. The boy lifted his head. He looked at me, not at Lyra, not at the knights. His eyes were steady now. No smile, no madness, no mask, only the steady gaze of someone who understood what it meant to carry a doorway in his skin. "They're coming," he whispered. And as if he had been waiting for permission, the city screamed. Then the roofs cracked, like paper tearing, and red spilled out. World Eaters boiled from the Manufacturum's shattered belly, their armor dripping gore as if freshly birthed. Axes clanged against steel walls in celebration. Their war cries rode the smoke, a chorus of frenzy that broke windows by existing. And with them came something worse, the tide. The first I saw of it was the sky darkening, not with storm, not with ash, with wing. Gargoyles shrieked as they descended in flocks, leathery wings snapping like whips, mouths drooling acidic saliva that hissed when it struck the rooftops. They moved not as beasts, but as pieces of a single organism, a storm guided by a will too vast to name. The hive mind was here. The World Eaters had not come alone. No, Fen hissed, voice breaking. This isn't just them, but it was. The red tide was not just blood anymore. It was everything the warp wanted to vomit into the world, pulled forward by sacrifice, fury, and the gaping wound the boy's existence had torn in the veil. The Grey Knights halted as one, halberds raised, runes burned. They did not look afraid. They looked like statues moved by gear. The Sword Knight turned his helm toward us. You will stay behind. It was not advice. It was the law. He stepped forward, planting himself at the head of the diamond. Veka fire, he intoned, and the sky answered. Above us, the bruised heavens cracked open again, that colorless lance beginning to descend. But it was no longer just a sanction. It was a duel. For the hive mind screamed back. The gargoyle storm wheeled in the sky, shrieking, their combined cries forming a psychic roar that pressed against our skulls like knives. The lance shuddered. Its light flickered. The red tide did not want to yield the sky. The Manufacturum below vomited demons now, blood letters clawing from cracks in reality, claws scraping as though dragging themselves up through glass. The World Eaters howled in exultation, their madness swelling as they were surrounded by their gods made flesh. Skulls would be taken, blood would be spilled, and none of it would be enough. The Grey Knights moved. Their diamond broke into a circle, blades outward, each rune glowing bright as if challenging the very concept of shadow. Wards flared across their armor. Their voices rose at last, not silent anymore, chanting liturgies that bled into our teeth. It was not comfortable. It was geometry sharpened into a spear, a counter-song to the madness. The air cracked between their words. The Sword Knight raised his halberd high. Its runes blazed white, and for the first time I saw him falter, not in his stance, in his shadow. The ground stretched it wrong, lengthening it, making it grin where no mouth belonged. The warp had found its way into his silver. The red tide did not care for purity. It drowned everything. The boy whimpered. His circle flared in response, heat pulsing against Lyra's chest. The gargoyles wheeled lower, shrieks cutting like blades. Blood letters swarmed the catwalk supports, their blades sparking as they climbed. The World Eaters surged forward, a wall of red and brass. The Grey Knights met them with steel and flame, halberds biting through flesh, runes cracking open demonic skulls with each swing. The catwalk shook. Fen fired his last pistol into the tide below. It was a child's toy against the tide, but he fired anyway, screaming defiance, his broken hand bleeding anew. I grabbed his shoulder, but he shrugged me off, teeth bared. He wanted to die spitting. The boy pressed his hand outward. The circle burned, and the tide recoiled. For one heartbeat, gargoyles screamed and broke formation. For one heartbeat, the blood letters shrieked as their blades dulled, edges eaten away by nothingness. For one heartbeat, the World Eaters slowed as though the floor itself had turned thick beneath their boots. The Grey Knights pressed the advantage, halberds cleaving, chants rising louder. The Sword Knight roared his litany, voice splitting vox, silver flaring so bright it hurt to look. But the hive mind learned quickly. The gargoyle storm regrouped. The blood letters screamed louder, feeding frenzy back into the World Eaters. The plane itself shook. The red tide surged again, and the boy screamed with it. Lyra staggered, holding him tighter. Her eyes rolled back, veins bulging, as though his power was crawling into her flesh. I tore him from her arms, but the damage was done. Her skin blistered where she had held him, the veins in her arms glowing faint with the same circle light. Fen grabbed her,
pulled her close, whispering her name again and again like a prayer. She gasped, still breathing, but not fully herself. Her eyes glowed faintly when they opened. The sword knight saw. He did not hesitate. Purge vector compromised, he barked, raising his halberd toward her. No, I screamed, stepping between them. She's not, don't you dare. The halberd paused inches from my chest. The runes hissed. The knight's helm tilted as if calculating the value of ending me here. The boy spoke. Not hers, he whispered. His voice layered, human, and not. She's mine. The halberd withdrew. Not mercy. A stay of execution. The red tide screamed again. The gargoyle storm plunged. The bloodletters swarmed the catwalk. The world eaters surged forward, their leader at the head, axe raised high, and the grey knights met them in a storm of silver fire. I saw things I was not meant to see. Demons torn apart in blinding bursts of wardlight, only to crawl back together with flesh that laughed. World eaters carving through silver plates, blood spraying like banners, their laughter louder than the storm. Grey knights chanting louder, blades glowing with the names of saints who had been forgotten centuries ago. Flesh turned to ash in seconds. Ash turned to flesh again. Nothing ended. The boy pressed his hand outward again, and the catwalk buckled, twisting, bolts snapping as the city screamed. The circle widened in the air, stretching into a crack that led nowhere, and everywhere. The red tide faltered again. The grey knights pressed harder. The world eater leader bellowed with joy. Yes, he roared. More. Let it all in. Let the tide swallow this world whole. And at that moment, I understood. This wasn't a battle. It wasn't even a war. It was a summoning. The red tide was not here to kill us. It was here to open. The boy's circle was the key, and we were the sacrifice. And we were the sacrifice. The sword knight drove his halberd through 3 demons at once, the runes shrieking, light spraying like blood. He turned his helm toward me. You will hold him still, he commanded. Now. The boy looked at me, eyes burning, hand glowing, the circle widening. I did not move. I did not obey, because for the first time I realized something terrible. If I gave him to silver, if I gave him to silver, if I gave him to red, either way, the tide would win. There was only one choice left, and it wasn't human. The red tide surged. The grey knights held. The boys screamed. The circle split the sky, and everything we knew drowned in red.
The city broke open like a carcass under butchers' hands. The spire that had once been our goal snapped in half, its iron ribs splaying outward as though it had tried to exhale and never finished. Fire rolled through its windows, red and white, each flame moving against the wind as though directed by will rather than oxygen. The ground was no longer ground. It bucked and swelled like muscle beneath our boots, straining to throw us into the jaws of whatever howled loudest. The red tide was not a metaphor anymore. It was a fact. It poured from every shadow, every wound in the manufacture room's skeleton, every tear in the sky. Gargoyles screamed overhead, their wings blotting out what little light remained. Bloodletters climbed the spire walls with claws that struck sparks. And in the center of it all, world eaters charged like living axes, their laughter louder than thunder. The grey knights stood against them, a dwindling wall of silver fire. Only 5 remained. Their runes burned bright enough to sear my retinas. Their halberds carved arcs of wardlight across the tide. Every chant was a furnace. Every blow a sanctuary made briefly solid, yet even they were faltering, their armor cracked, their voices layered with whispers that did not sound like prayers anymore. And in the middle, the boy screamed. The circle on his palm had grown. It was no longer just a mark on flesh. It was a wound in the air, a black ring glowing white at its edges, trembling wider each time he cried out. Lyra clutched him still, her arms blistered where his light had touched, her veins glowing faintly in mockery of blood. Fen tried to steady her, but his hand shook with every new roar from the tide. I stood apart, not by choice, but because I finally understood. We weren't survivors anymore. We were an ingredient. The sword knight planted his halberd into the trembling ground, runes blazing, helm raised to the crack that was the boy's circle. His voice, usually measured as stone split with strain. Brothers, seal Vector 9, commence purge, burn the taint at its root. The Grey Knights moved as one, halberds raised. Their chant rose higher, not liturgy but weapon, words layered into frequencies that gnawed at the world itself. The air trembled. The boys' circle flared, shrinking for the first time. The gargoyles' storm shrieked and faltered, their wings folding inward like burning parchment. Bloodletters howled as their blades dulled, their skin searing beneath invisible flame. For one heartbeat, I believed the silver could win. And then the World-Eater leader bellowed. He strode across the collapsing plain like a god descending into his feast. His armor was brass and blood, his helm sprouting horns grown from the marrow of his victims. His chain axe was no weapon, it was a mouth, roaring hunger so loud it deafened thought. He slammed it into the ground, and the ground answered. The red tide screamed louder, surging with renewed fury. Gargoyles dove, blades of flesh and bone. Bloodletters climbed faster, tearing chunks of the spire as handholds. World-Eaters charged with such madness that even their wounds laughed, and the leader pointed at the boy. Door, he roared, voice splitting sky and ground alike. The skull door, open. The boy wailed, the circle widened, and the Grey Knights faltered. Their chant cracked, one voice breaking into a scream. A halberd dropped, rune light sputtering. The tide pressed harder, closer. The Sword Knight turned his helm toward us. Hold him still, he commanded. It was not a request, it was a sentence. Lyra shook her head, clutching the boy tighter. He's just a child. The knight's halberd angled toward her. He is the gate. Fen stepped between them, Lus pistol raised, though useless. You'll go through me. The Sword Knight's helm tilted, as if weighing Fen's worth. His gauntlet tightened on the halberd's haft. But the boy interrupted them all. His voice was not his own, not silver, not red. Both feed, both drink, both die. The words poured from his mouth layered, human, and not, each syllable bending the air. His eyes glowed, one white, one crimson. The circle split wider, lines fracturing outward like cracks in glass. The world itself groaned beneath the pressure. The World-Eater leader laughed. Yes, yes, little skull, sing louder. The Sword Knight's chant faltered into silence. His halberd lowered, tip trembling. Through his cracked helm, I glimpsed his eyes. They weren't burning with faith anymore. They were burning with doubt. For the first time, I saw the Grey Knights afraid. The last stand began. The tide crashed against silver. Axes roared, halberds blazed, flesh and ash rained in sheets. Gargoyles dove, shrieking, only to be cut from the sky by wardlight arcs. Bloodletters clawed their way onto the catwalk, blades clashing against psychic shields. World-Eaters slammed into the circle of knights, each blow tearing sparks and screams. The boy screamed louder. The circle widened. Reality bled. I saw cracks in the air that led nowhere. Shapes pressed against them from the other side, too large to understand, too eager to wait. Each crack widened with the boy's breath. The Sword Knight dropped to one knee, gauntlet pressed to the ground, halberd shaking. His chant had become begging. Not yet. Not this world. Not this way. The World-Eater leader howled laughter, slamming his axe into the ground again. The plain split, blood spraying upward like fountains, coating us in warmth that stank of centuries. Fen fired, until his pistol clicked empty, then raised it like a club. Lyra clutched the boy, tears streaming, whispering prayers to a god who did not answer. I pressed my back to theirs, staring at the circle that was no longer a wound, but a mouth. A mouth waiting to open. Light bent inward, sound dissolved. Even the screams of the tide muted. Shapes spilled through, shadows with too many limbs, wings without bodies, jaws that were not jaws but concepts sharpened into teeth. They pressed into our world, eager, hungry, endless. The red tide fell to its knees. World-Eaters roared praises. Gargoyles shrieked ecstasy. Bloodletters bowed their blades. Even they worshipped what came through. The Grey Knights broke. Their chants ceased. Their halberds dimmed. Their armor cracked. One by one, they fell to the ground, silver crumbling into ash. Only the Sword Knight remained, halberd raised though his arms trembled. He looked at me through his ruined helm. Kill the boy, he whispered. Now, Lyra screamed, Fen roared defiance. The boy only smiled. And I realized I still had a choice. The last stand was not theirs, it was mine. The circle pulsed, shadows spilled through, silver cracked, red laughed, and I lifted my hands toward the boy, not to kill, not to save, but to choose. The world held its breath.